The Earth. Natural and metaphysical or spiritual representation of the center of the Earth. Original text, first edition, 1856. By Project True Blue, Jakob Lorber. Measurement conversion. All throughout the text of this book are references to measurements that is less known or already unknown in this time. Below is a list of the old measurement standards, followed by the corresponding measures of today. The linear dimensions are originally related to the human body. Thus, 1 fathom is equal to the span of arms stretched out to the side. 1 cubit is equal to the length of an arm. 1 inch is equal to the width of a thumb. One mile, German measure asterisk, equals 2,000 rods, equals 7.586 kilometers. 1 rod equals 2 fathoms, equals 3.8 miles. 1 fathom thread equals 6 feet, equals 1.9 meters. 1 foot shoe equals 12 inches, equals 31.6 centimeters. 1 inch equals 12 lines, equals 2.63 centimeters. 1 line equals 12 points, equals 2.2 millimeters. 1 point equals 0.18 millimeters. 1 cubit equals 0.41 fathoms, equals 77.8 centimeters. All values are rounded. The exact values are given by the relationship 1 fathom equals 1.896484 meters. 1 quintal, 100 pounds, equals 56 kilograms. 1 pound, 32 lots, equals 560 grams. 1 lot, 4 quintal, equals 17.5 grams. 1 quintal, 60 gran, equals 4.4 grams. 1 gran equals 73 milligrams. The exact values result from the relationship 1 quintal equals 4.375467 grams. In most cases, the Lorber works do not use the Austrian mile, but the German geographical mile, based on the circumference of the equator. 1 equatorial circumference equals 5,400 geographic miles, equals 40.1 mm. 1 German geographic mile equals 1/15th equatorial degree, equals 7.42 kilometers. According to Household of God, Volume 3, Chapter 246, Verse 2, 1 hour's walk equals half a German mile, equals 3 3/4 kilometers. The Tower Clock. A Parable. April 4, 1847. On a high tower in a city of that time, a duke had a magnificent clock erected. Since the tower was octagonal, he had a dial made on each of the 8 faces that naturally fell between the 8 corners, so that everyone could notice and see the hours from all the possible points and see for themselves at what time of day it was, minute and second. In addition to the most precise division of time from the hour to the second, the clock also showed the monthly date, the position of the moon, and also the position of the other planets, as well as the daily duration of light from the rising to the setting of the sun. And in addition, also the 4 seasons. But of course, all these special astronomical data on separate astronomical dials attached under the main clock dial. In addition to all this clock showed on its dials, it also had an excellent hour and quarter striking mechanism and a very pure chime mechanism. And for all this extremely complicated artificial mechanism, only one single driving weight. In short, this clock was looking in vain for its equal anywhere in the whole educated world. But there is nothing wrong with that, nor with the fact that it performed such diverse services so extremely correctly, but that all these very different operations were set into the most appropriate motion by only one and the same driving weight. That was the real miracle of this clock. When a stranger came to this city, he first noticed the clock, and he asked the first person how many mainsprings and weights this clock had. When he was told only one, he was completely dumbfounded and incredulous, and said, "That is impossible. So many and so different operations, and only one driving force? No, that's not possible. It's impossible." Again, another stranger came and looked at the clock and was amazed when it was explained to him what the clock was doing. He thought that each dial must have its own drive, which would mean that the tower would have to be stuffed with all kinds of different clocks. When it was explained to him, however, that there was only one drive mechanism moving all the hands, he was completely upset, because he thought that they were only joking with him because of his ignorance, and he went away and did not inquire further about this movement. And again another came from a foreign country and admired this clock and asked about the master of it. And he was given the answer. The master of this clock was a very simple countryman, and it is not certain whether he knew how to read and write. This correct answer infuriated the stranger so much that he kept quiet about it and soon left, saying that he had not come to be scolded for being such a stupid fool. And so a multitude still came and asked like the first. But when they were to be let more closely into the secrets of this work of art, they all became angry and said, "Until we have seen this with our own eyes, We cannot believe it. And see, they were led into the tower. But when they saw the almost innumerable gears, the many levers, cylinders, hooks, rods, and 1,000 other mechanical devices and connections, they literally lost their senses and said and cried, "Who can see through and understand this work? No man could have made it. It would take 100 human years to count, let alone make, the components of this work." And all these strangers went away completely senseless. Only a few allowed themselves to be taught about the correctness of this work, although for the better few, the too simple and unscientifically educated workmaster remained a bone of contention, more or less. What does this image teach? What is its inner, secret meaning? Think about it a little, and practice yourselves in the search of the inner truths, and discover in it as much as is possible, until the perfect solution will be given for your time. Amen. Part 1. The Natural Earth. One. The center of gravity of the Earth. If, for example, you observe any stone or any other regular or irregular lump, it will soon become apparent that its center of gravity is not equally evident on all parts of it. In particular, you can see this most easily with a somewhat misshapen wooden peg by placing it on water, where it will always sink its center of gravity deepest into the water. This would be the second point, which everyone can easily find with every object. The third point of a body is its real center, which, however, is never to be confused with the center of gravity of a body. And therefore every body has two centers, namely one of gravity and one of its physical measure. You may also examine bodies of whatever kind, and you will never find that the center of gravity and the center of the body measure coincide completely in one. Not even with a perfectly mathematically correct cast metal sphere. And that because absolutely no body consists of such perfectly equal parts, according to which the center of gravity could coincide with the actual center of the body measure in completely one. If, for example, you take pure steel as one of the most solid metal bodies of all metals, break such a steel bar in two, you will easily recognize the crystalline structure at the white fracture, which will appear to the unaided eye to be strikingly uniform. But observe with a microscope, this fracture surface will get an appearance like the sight of one discovering all kinds of larger and smaller elevations from a high mountain below. But if such a difference can be perceived in the crystalline structure of one of the most solid metal bodies, how much greater is such a difference with those far less solid bodies, whose crystalline structure is often easily perceptible to the naked eye, between large and small, dense and less dense. And it is therefore all the more perfectly true that the centre of gravity and the centre of the body measure can never coincide. This principle could also be seen very easily by everyone in the preparation of a carriage. Someone should construct a perfectly mathematically even wagon beam from metal of as much the same density as possible. Then hang it in the wagon fork, and he will see for himself that even with such a highly mathematically correct evenness, the two wagon beams, or rather the two parts of the same wagon beam, will never form a perfectly horizontal plane, but one will suggest something to the other, and the manufacturer of the scale will then have to come to the aid of the scale beam, either on one side or on the other, with a file or with a hammer. The cause of this, of course, lies in the above principle. But as this relation is therefore evident with all bodies, so it is all the more at home with those bodies which did not receive a form by human hands, but which my power has formed in such a way, as they must be formed in order to exist. Therefore, the centre of gravity and the centre of measure cannot be thought of on one and the same level as positive and negative polarity. You will certainly ask, how is this to be understood? But there I ask you just about it instructively. Why are the two poles of a magnet rod not found in its mathematical centre, but only mostly at the two ends of such rod? Why is the germ tube of a seed not in the centre of the seed, but mostly only on one part of the seed, while the centre and the opposite pole of the germ tube are usually located 1 to 3/4 parts of the entire seed body content further inward and outward from the germ tube? Why does neither man nor any animal not have the heart in its measured centre? See, from these questions it is already self-explanatory that the centre of gravity of a body is something quite different from its dimensional centre. If it is about the revelation of the centre of the earth, then by it not so much the measure centre, as rather the actual life or centre of gravity of the earth is to be understood. Because a revelation of the mere measure centre of the earth would be, exactly regarded, an exceedingly significant ridiculousness, which can easily be seen. So one must assume the centre of every body, thus also that of the earth, only as an ideal dot, which is already correctly defined according to your mathematical terms, as something which permits neither in length, nor in width, nor in thickness, also only the conceivably smallest possible diameter, thus is certainly in its kind the most minute of all things. And you can certainly assume that already in an atomic creature, which not even the strongest solar microscope is able to discover, there would certainly still be room for countless billions of such points. The question, therefore, is, what would we have to reveal of this endlessly small being, which disappears so quite actually into the barest nothingness? One could only say, the centre of the earth consists of nothing. Then it would be already completely natural and spiritually revealed. The nothingness is both physically and spiritually considered synonymous, because where nothingness is, there everything naturally ends, and a nothingness is naturally and spiritually also really conceivable in nothing else than in such a mathematical centre of measure. For which reason, we want to distance ourselves from this insignificant centre of the earth, and want to turn the extremely important centre of gravity of the earth, which of course must be more voluminous, and with such a large body as the earth is, also of a significantly voluminous extension, in order to give the correspondingly acting impact on its peculiar world-body life activity. I can already see it in you, through and through, that you are already asking within yourselves, what does this centre of gravity of the earth look like? What does it consist of? Is it a diamond lump? Or is it pure gold or iron or even magnet? Or is it even a hollow space, filled with nothing but an eternally unquenchable fire, and serves perhaps even for the stay of the damned, and carries the respectable title Hell, of which the fire-breathing mountains scattered here and there on earth are, in a way, chimneys? There, I say, there is no question of all this in the centre of gravity of the earth. Just as little as physically taken with the heart of a man, there can be a question of all this. The heart is neither a diamond nor a gold nugget, nor is it iron and magnetic stone. The heart is not a hollow space filled with fire, but physically seen, it is an extremely artistic, cellular fabric, within which the living soul, and in it the spirit of man, is and can be active, like a weaver on his loom. Because this loom is arranged for the formation of the natural life, and for the temporary preservation thereof, in such a way that through its artistic construction, everything can be produced by the hands of the soul, which is necessary for the representation of the physical life. Once this loom has become unskilled in its natural construction in something, then it does not go quite right with the production of the physical life any more. But if it has finally become completely inept and unskillful, then the soul can no longer use it, and it is time for it to leave this vain workshop. Behold, the very same thing is the center of gravity of the Earth. How? That will be the subject of our next consideration. Two, the heart of the Earth. So what is the center of gravity of the Earth? I have already said above that it has a very similar nature as that of the human heart, or even also of another animal heart. This center of gravity is therefore also a large earth heart in relation to the large earth body, which is the loom or the workshop of the entire organic life of the earth, just like the heart in man. How big, you ask, could this heart be? You know it, that with me, in all things, that proportion is according to what is necessary. Therefore, it is also certainly the case with the heart of the earth. As the earth is large, there must also be a relatively large heart, or center of gravity, in itself, so that in its innumerable compartments, that power can be generated which is sufficiently powerful to drive out all the various life juices of the earth into the widely extended organs. And again, when the juices perform their service, to draw them to itself for further saturation. From this it follows that the heart of the earth must be quite large. However, it cannot be determined with an exact measure, for the reason that this heart of the earth, depending on the necessity, is soon enlarged by a significant amount, soon reduced again by a significant amount. But so on the average at least, the space for this center of gravity may be assumed to be 100 miles in diameter, but may extend further to 200 miles, and in contrast diminish to 50 miles. But what does this so-called heart of the earth consist of? This heart of the earth is not so much a matter as, for instance, the heart of an animal or a human being, but this heart is more a substantial force, which moves in an otherwise solid organism, and through this action expresses its effect on the whole other organism of the earth body. Somebody will think and say, if this organism is a solid, and therefore brittle one, how can it expand and how can it serve as an indestructible support for another substantial force during a lengthy time, without suffering damage in its countless parts itself? My dears, this is already taken care of. The bones of animals are also a solid organism. The juices and the blood are always driven through the many pores, and yet they endure all possible force reactions the longest. It depends only on a certain kind of solid matter, and it is then firm enough against every expression of force developed in it. As for example, the matter in the intestines of animals. How often and how powerfully is this matter used? And yet, although it is apparently only weak, it continues indestructibly for a considerable time in spite of those important expressions of force. If you further consider the much more delicate organs in the birds, in which even stones are ground and consumed, it must become still clearer to you how it depends there solely on a certain quality of the matter, according to which it is firm enough to let the forces developed in it work without damage in itself. But if this more delicate matter is already so qualified by me that it presents itself as a sufficiently firm support for the forces working in it, how much more will it be possible for me to set up a firm organism of such qualified matter in the earth, to which the most powerful forces of the earth's interior can do little or nothing at all for millions of years? If you were to build, say, how strong would the volt have to be to carry a Grossglockner? You would not manage such a thing. But I, as the master of all things, have already found the right proportion everywhere, so that all the supporting points are firm and durable enough to carry the loads resting on them with the greatest ease. And so it is also the case with the organism for the working of the substantial heart of the earth. In the northern regions of the earth, you will have often come across a certain metal under the name of platina. Behold, this metal is already something similar to the matter which serves as an organism of the ruling central power of the earth. However, you must not think of this metal as if it were completely the same matter of which the above-mentioned organism consists. In general, you do not have to think of the interior of the earth as being of the same material nature as that matter which the surface of the earth offers for display. For this is only an outer, impalpable skin of the earth, while the interior of it behaves like the flesh and blood to the outer skin, exactly to the outer impalpable rind, and therefore I can say nothing else for you comprehensibly about the inner matter of the earth than, this is a kind of flesh, blood and bones, which animalistic material of the earth body, however, is not to be regarded as completely similar and of the same nature as an animal body, but it is quite peculiar, thus only an earthly flesh, an earthly blood, and earth bones. To explain the matter further to you, in a material respect, would be a useless work, and that for the reason that in the bodily state you could not possibly ever reach there to get a convincing view according to the teaching, and therefore content yourselves regarding the quality of the matter of the interior of the earth, being with what has been said so far. In the spiritual representation, all this will already become clearer to you anyway. We have only one question, namely, where in the Earth's body is this center of gravity actually located? The significantly important answer to this question will be the subject of our next consideration. 3. The location and changeableness of the heart of the earth. 31st December 1846. So where is this centre of gravity, or heart, of the earth? In the centre, not, what was already shown above, as also partly why not, which why not is still more clearly explained at the right place. The centre of the earth, that is, the centre of the measure, would certainly be the easiest and safest to indicate as the place or location of the centre of gravity, because it must occupy a securely immovable place for all times. For as long as the earth remains what it is in the same form, size and shape, the centre of the measure must also always remain one and the same. But it is not so with the centre of gravity of the earth. Of this one cannot say, here or there it is located, but it is soon there, and soon there. Its position can be subject to very significant changes. The inner disposition of the earth's body is such that through it, the centre of gravity can take its working place on the north side as well as on the south side, according to its nature. But a fixed tension of this working substance, by which alone the centre of gravity of the earth is conditioned, is not to be thought of at all. That this vitalizing centre of gravity is not only visible in the body of the earth, but also in other bodies on the surface of the earth, you can easily see in many plants, as there are trees, shrubs, and other plants of all kinds. If you look at a tree, you will easily notice that its growth, as well as its fruitfulness, tends sometimes to one part, sometimes to the other. In this year it will sprout luxuriantly on the northern side, but on the southern side everything will be weaker. In another year, you will discover a striking polar change in the same tree. Its south side will be the most luxuriant, whereas the north side will look stunted. Also, soon on one side of the tree, soon on the other, more or less dead branches or twigs will appear. Thus, soon on one side of the tree, soon on the other, the foliage will wither sooner or later at autumn time. Behold, these and many more such phenomena on a tree have one and the same reason, namely, the always changed position of the vitalizing centre of gravity, or the actual vitalizing positive polarity. The same case also occurs naturally with other plants and vegetation. You will certainly ask why this vitalizing centre of gravity is thus variable in the bodies. The reason lies very deep. If an existence of matter would be its purpose, then this polar emphasis could also be put in such a way that matter would always have to remain the same what it is. The apple tree would remain an apple tree in eternity, and so everything as what it is. But it would not be much better then for the apple tree and the plant than for a diamond. For where this polarity is more and more fixed in a body, and almost coincides with its centre of measure, the more solid and durable the body becomes. But this very body, because of its fixation, is no longer capable of anything else, but only for its own unchanging continuation. And it would look quite desperately meagre with the food for the living beings on an earth body if these should reap their food fruits from diamond trees and such other plants. In the same way, it would be very hard to live on a diamond earth body. From this explanatory description, everyone will easily see the reason why, for natural reasons, this polar vitalizing center of gravity must not be fixed, but be variable. Just as the blood in animals, as well as in man, represents something similar to this center of gravity. A fixed blood, and even more so a fixed heart, would certainly not serve any living being. In the animal bodies, however, which have free movement, the actual heart can already be given a more definite position, because the free movement of an animal body, as also that of man, already causes all kinds of reactions in itself, which, as is easily comprehensible, can certainly not be the case with those bodies which are not capable of any free movement. With these, the various necessary reactions must then be accomplished by the constantly changed position of the polar center of gravity. Therefore, the animal makes movements, as does the human being, and therefore has a more definite place for its center of life, namely the heart. But in the case of bodies which are not capable of free movement, have to have their center of life traveling around inside in a certain way in order to produce the appropriate reactions in all parts of the body. From this easily comprehensible representation, also everybody who is just somewhat pure in spirit will easily see that to determine the where of the center of gravity of the earth firmly would be not only flatly impossible, but a purely ludicrous and foolish thing. Only so much can be determined approximately for now, and at most for a next year, or at least acceptably indicated that the center of gravity is approximately in the area under Iceland, a part of Norway, Sweden and Lapland, is nevertheless so active that it can extend its pulse movement in a certain way, even to under Kamchatka, and also on the southern side into the area under the Mediterranean Sea. In an admittedly somewhat dirty animal, namely in a head louse, you can discover a similar phenomenon through a microscope by the movement of its vital sap. But of course, this can only be regarded as a slight similarity on the smallest scale. For animals on the lowest levels still have the most similarity to those bodies which have no free movement with respect to the instability of the living centre of gravity. So much about the location of the centre of gravity of the Earth. Next, we want to determine the further reason of such change of polarity in those bodies which are not capable of free movement. (4) The nature of matter and its primordial spirits. It has already been noted above that the purpose of matter cannot be based in its existence. That this is correct can be easily seen by every human being from the continuous new emergence and reappearance of the same matter. The foliage that adorns the tree in one year falls off in autumn, and when spring comes, there is already very little of the fallen foliage to be discovered under the trees, at most a few leaf skeletons, none of which will survive the next autumn in its kind. So it goes with the grass, as also with the fruits of the trees. But not only these vegetal objects, but also minerals, and mainly animals of every species arise and pass away. Mountains, whose tops rose a few millennia ago above the highest cloud regions, are now at least 2/4 lower. For the sharpness of the winds, the triggering power of lightning and ice, have blown away these proud peaks like chaff, and nothing but at most some crumbled boulder still dissolves slowly in a deep trench, and trifling rubble has to put up with being gradually weathered and destroyed by the influences of rain, wind, and electricity in the sandy alpine rifts. All this is a consequence of the changed centre of gravity of matter. There were once oversized beasts out of the earth's body, as well as primeval forests, studded with gigantic trees. Where are these now? Where a mammoth? Where one of the trees that defied a millennium? And where one tree had more wood than now a forest of 100 yokes? Floods came, sank all these deeper into the earth's crust, destroyed thus a whole generation, yes, not only one, but 1,000 generations of trees and animals, and nothing more of all this now carries the earth's surface. From the animals, only fossilized bones are found here and there, and is kept in the art and nature museums built by people until a conflagration, which transforms even the last remains of the centres of gravity and these bone remainders of the gigantic primeval animals left over from the primeval times, into that dusty matter, to whose existence the washerwoman usually makes a perfect end. It is namely the ash as the last exceedingly volatile remains of all matter. as far as the final destruction of those primeval trees is concerned, the remains of which are still frequently found under the name of hard coal, no special explanation is needed. For all the fiery and steaming inventions of this time will have fetched and consumed the last remains from the earth's crust in not too long a time. And so here, the newly invented industry of man performs this last work of destruction by fire and steam on the last remains of those primeval trees. So here, the fire still changes the last centre of gravity of this matter. And behold, nothing remains of it, but just a little ash again, which, scattered on fields and meadows, is completely dissolved again within a year, at the most, by the action of the rain and the electricity in the air. And thus also, such a tree, which once covered over 100 acres of land, has completely lost its material existence in its last remnant. But, some will say, that is also the sad thing, that all existence is heading for a certain destruction. But I say, this is not sad at all. For matter is death, as the flesh is sin through death. Should death and sin remain? I think that it is better to corrupt all matter and all flesh over time, and thereby free the life trapped in death from matter, than to support matter, and in the end to let all free life pass over into the death of matter, which can never be my intention, because I myself, as the eternal, almighty, elementary power and might of all powers and forces, am the most real life, and therefore cannot work for death, but only for life. But since therefore matter exists only as a means for the regulation and liberation of free life, the unchanging existence of matter can never be its purpose. It is, therefore, only there, as long as it must be there, as a means to an end. If any purpose of life has been achieved through it, then it passes away again, as if it had never been there. In general, matter, as you already know, is in itself nothing else than a purposeful appearance of my will fixed by myself. But from this it follows that it can be dissolved again in exactly the same way as it was fixed. This fixation, however, is the main focus in matter, or the animating and sustaining principle. If this is now withdrawn from any material body, then matter is also finished. But so that nevertheless not two sudden emergences and perishings happen before the eyes of mankind, I let this above-mentioned principle of my will never recede so suddenly, and also never seize a point so suddenly, that thereby a thing immediately comes into existence, as on the contrary, perish. Of course, the becoming and decaying of the large world bodies proceeds most slowly in this way. You can already easily understand the reason now. But it is also the case with the Earth that the center of gravity, which animates it, is gradually reduced, and so on, until it will finally share the fate of all matter. Now we would know as thoroughly as possible the reason about the change of the center of gravity in matter, as its transitoriness caused by it, and we would also know of what the actual main principle of the center of gravity in matter consists. But I nevertheless see that you would like to see the essence of this principle in a certain way figuratively. Also this shall be shown here. To the material eye, if it were possible, this center of gravity acting in the body of the earth would appear as a fire, which, in a speed unbelievable for you, would strike through those organs of the earth suitable for it, and thereby cause the necessary reaction for the preservation of the body of the earth in all its parts. But if you could look at this fire with spiritual eyes, you would discover a countless spiritual army, which is held here only by my will, and is driven to defined purposeful activity. These are, therefore, the primordial spirits, banished to the active animation of that matter which surrounds them, through which they themselves finally ascend higher and higher in time, and then, clothed in lighter matter, can pass from stage to stage into perfect, free life. This kind of spirits, which present themselves to the sensual eye as a fire, thus determine the active and the all-matter animating center of gravity. In the next part, we will explain in detail how the countless secondary centers of gravity of the earth body are driven to useful activity by this center of gravity through the different layers of the earth body, that is, of its bones, intestines, flesh, and blood. (5) The inner structure of the earth. If you look at an animal body of whatever kind, you will, without having studied further the anatomy of all animal bodies, quite easily understand and see that either the blood or the juices pass through all veins and other vessels in the same way as through those veins and vessels which are present in the animal heart, and that at all points the pulse or impulse occurs at the same moment as in the actual heart, and it is easy to see that in an animal body there is therefore no need for more motive forces than just one, which is sufficient for innumerable vessels. So it is also the case with the heart of the earth, through its pulse or impulse, which repeats itself every 6 hours. The most diverse sustaining forces of the Earth's interior are driven into all parts of the Earth's body. And there is no need for a second, fourth, or fifth driving force of another kind. Therefore, all phenomena as an Earth body life process depend on this sole driving force. High tide and low tide and other elevations of the outer Earth's crust, as well as the winds derived from it, all have their origin there. For this heart of the Earth, at the same time, also represents the place of the lungs in the animal body, from which it is then explicable that both the regular and irregular expansions and recontractures of the Earth's body stem from only this. But in order to grasp this general foregoing all the more thoroughly, it will therefore be necessary to briefly see through the inner Earth structure as much as possible, in order to arrive through this picture at the view of how the countless other secondary centers of gravity are set into the same motion by the one main center of gravity, both in the Earth body itself and in the animal bodies. What does the inner structure of the Earth look like? In order to understand this more or less thoroughly, we must first understand how not only the Earth, but even every plant, every fruit on the tree, as well as every animal, and finally man himself, distinguishes himself physically in a certain way into 3 bodies within himself. Let us go to a tree. What is the first thing we discover about it? It is the bark, which separates itself into the outer dead bark and the inner living bark, called sapwood. This is the first tree. The second tree, quite different from the first, is the actual solid wood, a combination of countless tubes that run side by side in the most beautiful order. This is the second tree. The third or innermost tree is the nucleus, usually another tube, which is completely filled with a sponge-like cellular tissue, which cells first suck in the juices from the earth, purify them in themselves, and then, by their extensive and compressive power, expel them into all the innumerable organs of the other tree. In this way, you have now seen 3 trees in one. If we look at a fruit on a tree, what do we discover first? For example, in a nut, chestnut, acorn. In short, in whatever kind of fruit. The first thing is the bark, which is twofold, just like the bark of the tree. Then comes the protective shell as the second part of the fruit, which is usually the firmest. Only behind this shell is the third and main part of the fruit, in which part only the heart or the germinal shell is active. Let us go to an animal. The first thing that is obvious to everyone about an animal is the skin, as the first animal, which shows the whole shape of the animal when stuffed. inside the often multi-layered skin, the solid skeleton is bound together with a muscular and partly cartilaginous mass of flesh, and it is strengthened like the hard shell of a nut, or like the skull of any head. This is the second animal, also called bone animal. Within this animal is its viscera, as lungs, liver, spleen, intestines, and in these nobler parts of the animal, the life-producing heart itself. This is again the third animal, through which the two outer ones receive their nourishment and animation, namely through innumerable organs and vessels, which go out from the inner animal into the two outer ones. You will find this same relationship in your own physique. If you want to see it even more clearly, take an egg. There you will find the same again. In short, you may take from all plants, whichever you want, and look at its fruits or seeds as you like. You may also go through the whole animal kingdom, and you will find everywhere one and the same thing. But why is this relationship so similar? The answer is very easy. And from it arises that contemplative reason for which children resemble their parents, and the fruits resemble the seeds, from which they emerge again as seeds. As, for example, the grain of wheat is a seed which, scattered in the earth, brings forth the same seed again as fruit. So also, all organic, more or less animated bodily existence on the surface of the earth carries the type of the earth body itself. Also with the body of the earth, the exterior is in a certain way the dead bark, within which there is already a more living and perceptible bark. Just as the bark of a tree, although sometimes very fissured, is not so completely dead that it is not able to provide sufficient nourishment for the little moss plants that appear on it. And just as the outer skin of animals is not so dead that countless hairs and little hairs, and not infrequently also parasitic animals, would not be able to get their sufficient nourishment through it. Just so the outer earth's crust, which is dead, or rather impalpable only under certain conditions, is not so completely dead that all countless plants and animals would not be able to get the nourishment they desire through it. Within this outer earth crust, which is about 20 German miles thick, 20 by 7.42 equals 148.4 kilometers. Yeah. Sometimes even less. The second earth begins. This is the actual firmest part of the earth body. Admittedly, not equally firm everywhere, but nevertheless, still firm enough, everywhere, to carry the outer earth crust spread over it with the greatest ease. Within this second earth is, finally, the actually living part of the earth's body, or its viscera, in which the heart of the earth's body is actually located. but how these three earths are connected with each other, how the inner heart instinct works through them, we will discuss in more detail in the next presentation. Six. The centers of gravity and the fluids of the earth. 5th January 1847. If you were able to look through a tree trunk from its core to the outer bark at once with eyes that magnify like a powerful microscope, and thus also from the lowest root fibre up to the outermost tip of the bud, you would discover, in addition to the ascending tubes, which are provided with countless pumps, valves, and orifices, you would discover a multitude of smaller transverse organs which extend from the core of the tree to the outermost bark in the most diverse windings and curvatures, and are provided with an elastic valve opening at every point where they pass through an ascending tube. All these pumps, valves, are in a certain way special focal points through which the life principle is distributed throughout the entire tree. And all these main and side tubes, or the three trees known to you, are connected by the designated transverse tubes that extend from the pith to the bark. Through these, the main life principle of the tree, or in a certain way, the heart of the tree, works in all parts of the tree just described. We have already indicated once above that beside the main center of gravity, still a lot of other smaller centers of gravity are present in matter. However, the where is reserved for the consequence, for the sake of a clear explanation. Just here, however, is the point and the right place where just this where of the minor centers of gravity can be determined in a very contemplative way. This much we already know from this communication, that the center of gravity in organic matter is the actual point of action animating it. But if this is irrefutably the case, then in a certain way, on every place in matter, there is also a small point of gravity, secondary point or point of action, where the transverse organs discussed above pierce the ascending organs in a certain way and produce a special effect in the ascending organs on the point of crossing, which someone can also figuratively adjust through different means. If, for example, only two pieces of wood are placed crosswise, one over the other, an easily perceptible effect will certainly occur with these pieces of wood at the point where they touch each other. Namely, the lower piece of the crosswise piece of wood will unite its weight with that of the piece lying on top at the moment of contact. If someone wants to pick up the lower crossbar, he has to deal not only with its own weight, but also with the weight of the crossbar above it. from which it is clear that this new point of contact has brought about an obvious change in the weight of the beam below it, and thus a new centre of gravity. If the upper crossbeam is even fastened to the lower one, either by means of a band or a nail, then both parts have changed their weight, because each takes on the weight of the other through this very point of contact. By this example, you have already gotten a small idea of how certain points of contact of matter have an effect on it. Here we were only talking about a change of weight, which is, however, also a significant change, because a double weight of these two bodies is thereby transformed into a potentized one. But let us go to another example. Imagine a water pipe with a point where a second water pipe intersects, in which the water must be led from a basin to 2 points. One water stream has to pass through the other in a certain way, but this causes one water stream to inhibit the other at the point of intersection. Beyond this intersecting point of inhibition, the water then continues on its proper path, just as it did up to this point. What kind of phenomena will this inhibition point offer? The water of both tubes will first unite in a vortex, and from this vortex, the united water will then penetrate into the two continued tubes, which would become even more obvious and comprehensible if one tube conducted water and the other wine. Up to this point, everyone would certainly get wine from one tube and water from the other, but beyond this point, each tube would carry a watered wine. See, from this example, already a significantly noticeable effect can be seen, which is produced by this point of intersection, which is therefore a secondary centre of gravity. Something similar, however, is also produced in a tree by the transverse tubes at the points where they intersect the ascending tubes. Having seen through this example, which is already clearer than the first, let us proceed to a third, similar but more composite one. Imagine again a water pipe in which a number of about 10, or even more, tubes would radially intersect at one point. If only water were conducted in each tube, the water would be mixed in this tube union point by a strong vortex movement, and only from there would it continue to penetrate into the further discharge tubes as mixed. So that at the end of each tube, everyone would get a kind of 10 times or more mixed water. In order to see this more clearly, however, we let a completely different liquid pass through each inlet tube. For example, through one, spring water, through the second, an acidic sauce, through the third, wine, through the fourth, beer, through the fifth, milk, through the sixth, vinegar, through the seventh, spiritus, through the eighth, oil, through the ninth, lye, and through the 10th, real meth. Up to the united point of intersection, each one, if the tube would be open, will receive the original liquid. But after the point of unification, each conduit tube will certainly have a mixture of all the above-mentioned 10 liquids, and will certainly no longer have a pure appearance. Behold, our tree has such described small aqueducts in countless quantity, and the further out towards the bark, the more manifold these conduction channels, and also the more multi-streamed in one point. Therefore, the bark of a tree is usually a similar liquid mixture, and one finds in the bark the sponge-likeness of the core, the fibrous quality of the wood, as well as a lot of other components mixed together, which arise in the inner tree more separately in the various tubes, and achieve their property purpose in the formation of one or the other part on the tree. Now we have again an even clearer secondary center of gravity in front of us, through which the former condition of the vital juices of a body changes into a completely different one, and also brings about again completely unique effects. What is also not too difficult to see in a tree cut crosswise. These different rings, which are known to you under the name year rings, and the softer and whiter sapwood lying in between them, as well as the rays extending from the center to the bark, sufficiently testify to the effect of the above described small secondary centers of gravity, which are, of course, only after effects of a main living effect, which is located in the tree approximately where the cores from all roots and hair roots flow into the main core of the trunk, where the main center of gravity, or the usual heart of the tree, is located, the violation of which also irrevocably brings death to the tree. But as you have now seen with the tree, that in it the already known 3 trees are connected by these different channels, and how there the different effects are produced, so it is also the case with our earth body. But of course, in a proportionally larger and more extended relationship, which is easy to understand, because the earth is certainly a larger body than a tree. But as with a tree from whose heart innumerable channels rise, and as from the core of the tree, which is in a certain way a continuation of the heart of the tree, again a multitude of still smaller cross tubes run out, and the rising channels, especially towards the bark, always break through in a more varied and intersected manner. So it is also the case with the body of the earth. The closer the organs are to the heart, the larger they are. The further away, the smaller they become, but also the more they are branched out to infinity. From this clearest possible representation, however, you can now also understand, and certainly quite well see, how the already known 3 earths are connected with each other into one, and how the main center of gravity of the earth works up to the surface through the innumerable channels and through their more frequent intersections, and how the so-called secondary centers of gravity are constituted and arranged. but I have just heard someone ask, after reading these lines. That is correct, and one cannot object to it. But where does the heart of the earth get all the different kinds of juices, which it originally carries away in individual larger channels, and only then transforms them at the average points into a second mixed substance, and further up toward the surface, the more mixed? Then, my beloved ones, I must give you this lesson. A tree also sucks in nothing but raindrops and the dew of the earth through its root fibers. But in its heart and stomach, I have simultaneously already placed my well-conditioned chemists who know how to properly filter these sucked-in juices and, in a certain way, direct them, and that in a way that even the most learned chemist will never be able to research and discover. The same is the case with the inner juices of the earth. No matter how simple their substance, they are taken up into the same heart of the earth. But they are nevertheless so carefully separated by the main chemists employed there, and introduced and carried on in the most just measure into the corresponding channels of conduction, that not a drop too much or too little of one or the other substance reaches its destination. How this happens, however, can never be discussed in the natural way, but it can be discussed in the spiritual way, which we will come to later. Therefore, nobody should foolishly ask, what kind of material are these primary substances in the natural way? And no one should advise on carbon and oxygen and on all kinds of other substances, because when it comes to substances, there is little substance in it. The soul of animals, like that of man, is also a substance, and there is little carbon or oxygen in it. Since we have already seen the earth to such an extent that we now know how its inner structure is in general, we now want to consider this very structure in the following more propertially, as far as it is necessary. Or we want to wander through the inner chambers of the earthly body with the spiritual eye, and in each of the aforementioned three earths, we want to spend a little time wherever there is something particularly memorable to look at. Seven. The nourishment and rotation of the earth. 11th January, 1847. Since the earth is, in a way, a great organic animal body, it must take food to continue to exist. But in order to take food, as with every animal, or even as with every plant, either a mouth or also several feeding or sucking trunks are necessary. Certain animals, such as polyps, and others of the same kind, have a number of such sucking and eating proboscises. A sucking proboscis differs from a so-called eating proboscis in that the sucking proboscis only takes in purely liquid substances and directs them to the appropriate digestive organs for further nourishment of the animal body. But a proboscis also takes bodies, like all kinds of insects, also certain small root plants, into itself, crushes these by its solid muscles rubbing against each other, and only then leads them thus crushed into the further digestive organs. The same is more or less the case with all plants, trees and shrubs, since especially their roots are nothing but polyp-like proboscises. Their flowers, and especially the stamens in them, are mostly to be regarded as feeding proboscises, which, even if for a short time, take up the fertilized flower dust eggs, pollen translator. At the same time, however, every animal body, as well as every planetary body, has a number of small suction tips on it, which by their nature are most suitable for sucking in the electrical and ethereal life substance from the free air. Since all these things, as animals and plants, are small and similarly typical productions of the earth body, it is self-evident that with the earth body, all this must be found in the greatest abundance. The earth has, therefore, like every animal, a main mouth, completely appropriate to its nature, through which it also receives the main food in itself. Besides this main mouth, however, it has also everywhere an innumerable quantity of bigger and smaller suction and feeding trunks, where in the counterpart it has then evenly again a corresponding main emptying canal, and besides this, also an innumerable quantity of smaller emptying canals. In order not to go too far in this matter, we will first examine the main mouth and the corresponding main drainage channel, because this exerts the main influence on the rotational movement of the earth. But as for the innumerable small feeding and discharging mouths or channels, we will only give them a brief general consideration, and then we will proceed to the main mouth. The North Pole is the Earth's main nutrient mouth. Like the South Pole, its corresponding main drainage channel. What does this mouth look like? It is rather large. Its diameter at the outermost edge, where the mouth begins funnel-shaped, has a measure in the average between 20 and 30 miles, but narrows at the end up to 1/8 of a mile, in which width this mouth then continues to the stomach of the earth body, and that in a rather straight direction. However, the walls of this maw are very uneven and look very rippled, and sometimes long stretches thus pointed, or rather studded with peaks, as if they were covered with the skin of a giant urchin. The stomach of the earth is just below the heart, in the middle of the earth's body. This is a hollow space of about 10 square miles, which, however, all kinds of smaller and larger transverse bars, some in the diameter of 200 kilometers, extend in a kind of columnar way in all directions, partly expanding and partly supporting it. This stomach and these cross supports in it, which have the appearance of oval ribbons, also oval columns in the above-mentioned diameter, are not of a solid mass, but they are approximately of the same nature as a large rubber elastic bag, the inner walls of which would be mutually padded with the same material in a certain way, so that they may not be pressed upon each other by a gravity acting on them from outside. From this stomach, now described, a helically wound main channel then passes through the entire earth body and then opens out in the South Pole and is of the same matter as the stomach, only it becomes relatively firmer and more solid towards the opening. That from this main stomach of the earth, and from its main emptying canal, countless nutrient canals and vessels run out, hardly needs to be mentioned, since this goes without saying. And so we have now looked at the mouth, the stomach, and the discharge canal of the earth. And that as good as it is always possible with this large object in the shortest possible time. But now that we know this, namely the mouth, the stomach, and the discharge canal, the question now is about the food with which the earth is fed through this mouth. And because this is the main mouth, it is here about the main food. What does it consist of, and where does it come from? Whoever had the opportunity to go very far north on the surface of the earth, and also has knowledge in the realm of nature, will discover many phenomena in this highest polar region, which he would probably not find anywhere else on the surface of the earth. Firstly, a very cold air region, which reaches especially in winter-time a high degree hardly measurable for your instruments. This heavy and cold air will be joined by an even denser hazy mass, which, towards the North Pole, especially in winter, will be interspersed with countless shooting star-like balls of light. At the same time, however, he will also encounter, around the far edge of the pole, an enormous dam-like accumulation of snow crystals, and sometimes even ice peaks several fathoms high. See, there we have the food all ready. This magnetic earth mouth draws all this into itself with great force, and directs it into the large stomach, on whose walls and crossbeams or supports this food then crystallizes. And when the stomach is filled in a way, the heat of the earth's heart then enters, sets these large stomach walls into a vibrating movement, and the inner crossbeams of the stomach then also quickly contract tightly and expand again widely. This food is now grated and crushed, and through this action, a new electrical substance is obtained, which decomposes the nutritious water parts in the stomach and discharges them into the countless nutrient channels, while then a negative electrical current seizes the indigestible remains in the stomach and drives them away with great force through the helically wound discharge channel, by which way these digested nutrient parts, due to continuous powerful friction, still have to give up the last remains of their nutritive substance. For which reason, then also, the northern part of the earth is much more compact than the southern, because on the latter, mostly the last and worst food parts come. By the finite expulsion of the last excrements of the earth, also, the rotation of the earth's body is accomplished. Namely, by the fact that these excrements, which admittedly look very airy, push out in a winding fashion into the free ether, and give the earth a rolling momentum like that of a rocket wound around a wheel, which sets the wheel in motion when it is ignited, and that for the reason that the air escaping from the rocket is so violent that the outer air cannot escape or give way to it to the same degree of violence, whereby a continuous pressure column is formed between the outflowing air from the rocket and the outer air, which brings the wheel on which the rocket is mounted into the necessary rotation. Just as a so-called ascending rocket carries a similar rapidly growing column of air upwards under it. From this easily comprehensible example, you can now also quite easily see how the daily rotation of the earth is brought about by its own quite natural mechanism, and is continuously uniformly supported. And so, we have looked at one of the most important places of the earth's interior, and that as briefly and correctly and thoroughly as possible. In the same way, we will choose another not less important place next time, and remain there for a short while. (8) The lungs and respiration of the earth. 12th January, 1847. You know that for the physical life, not only the heart and the stomach, but also a lung is necessary. Every animal has such a respiratory tool in itself. Also, trees and plants must have such organs of transpiration, through which they breathe in and out within 24 hours. Everybody can easily feel the breathing of the earth body at the shores of the sea. If he sees the sea regularly swell and sink back again, But once such an outer appearance is present, everyone can conclude with certainty that it can only come from an inner reason, but never from an outer one. If you cannot fully grasp this, put a tub of water in front of you, as I have already shown you on another occasion. Hang a significantly large sphere above the tub of water at a distance of about 5 fathoms. And this sphere should also be made of magnetic iron. Then bring this sphere above the tub of water into a swing, and then observe the water in the tub to see if it will stir at all. You can be completely assured that therefore the water will remain in complete silence. Now, however, someone lies down in the water and breathes in it as usual, and every observer will convince himself that with every breath, the water in the tub will rise a little, and when expelling the breath, it will fall again. What we can see here on a small scale happens to the earth body on a large scale. The earth draws the air into itself. Then the softer belly area of the earth, which is generally covered by the sea, expands more, and the seawater above it rises higher on the solid banks. If the earth, or rather its lungs, expels the breath again, then the belly sinks lower again, and the seawater also recedes from the firmer banks. This therefore had to be mentioned before, so that you understand that the earth breathes, and that, for this purpose, it must also naturally have its respiratory tools, which tools, like some others, as the bowels of the earth, make up the inner earth. Now the question is, where is this earth lung? And where does it take its breath? And where does it also expel it again? And finally, what does this lung look like? This earth's lung, which has a cubic content of about 1,000 cubic miles, is located just under the hard and solid earth, and borders an area of a little more than 5,000 square miles. This lung is a great cellular network, within which are a lot of hollow chambers, which are connected by smaller and larger tubes. These tubes have two properties. Firstly, to lead the air into the chambers and to discharge it again. And secondly, these tubes by virtue of their perceptible elasticity, can contract and expand again, like muscles or optic veins in animals, which contraction and expansion is caused by the constant changing of poles, or by the transformation of the positive pole into the negative pole, which transformation lies solely in the soul substance, without which transformation no free movement in the bodies would be conceivable. When these tubes expand, the chambers are constricted or, in a sense, compressed more. This causes the air to be expelled. When the tubes contract again, the chambers naturally expand further, which then causes inhalation. The reversal of polarity is caused, as much as it can be explained only physically, by the fact that as soon as the soul has absorbed the vital substance from the inhaled air into its vitalizing substance, only the nitrogenous air remains in the lungs, and this causes that the pole, which was formerly positive during the act of inhalation, is immediately transformed into the negative one, because it has no correspondence with the nitrogenous air. In this way, as soon as the contraction of the tubes occurs, new air is inhaled, where, of course, during inhalation, the negative pole becomes positive, and vice versa. Now we know how the respiration business of the earth proceeds, and where the lung is. But where does it breathe in and out? The earth does this in the same way as an animal. That is, the animal breathes through the mouth and nose, just as man does. Likewise the earth. Through the same main mouth through which it takes in the food, it also draws in breath. Only halfway from this main mouth goes a side mouth, which, as in the animal, can open and close at will. This large side mouth leads into the large lung. Inhalation occurs every 6 hours, and exhalation after another 6 hours. During inhalation, the nutrient passage closes into the stomach. Once a good portion of air has been inhaled, the lung tube closes as if through a larynx. But the nutrient passage opens again. If the air is expelled from the lungs again, then the nutrient gullet closes again. And so this matter is arranged in such a way that the earth is nourished continuously through the lungs in the above-mentioned periods, but through the actual nutrient gullet into the stomach every 12 hours, and takes in food in the time in which the lungs chemically decompose the sucked-in air in a certain way, and divide the vital substance. And so one can assume this determination that the earth in 24 hours inhales twice and exhales twice, and takes up thereby food into the stomach only twice. Now we would also know where and how the earth inhales and exhales. And therefore, we only have to take a look how this lung looks like. It will be somewhat difficult to present the figure to you so vividly unless you could ever once get to see the lungs of an elephant. Even clearer and more similar would be the lungs of a mammoth. But to get to see these would be almost completely impossible in this time, since this animal is completely extinct. There is still a similar species in Central Asia's primeval forests, but it is very atrophied compared to the former gigantic species, and thus the most similar is the lung of an elephant, which is so large in a fully grown one that it can easily hold over 100 cubic feet of air. Its colour is bluish-grey, and its shape is close to that of a hollow coconut, inside of which, of course, there must still be the heart, stomach, liver, spleen, and kidneys. Now, imagine this lung in the above described large dimension. So you will be able to sketch a rather similar picture. A more detailed description of it would be of little use to you, because you would never be able to imagine this great earth-breathing tool clearly. The lungs of the earth are made of a material that is too large for you to see at once. And it would be useless to explain the elastic material of the lungs to you, since you cannot understand the material of an animal lung is made, and how much less would you understand the material of the lungs of the earth. That it has similarity with the substance of the animal lung may be evident from the fact that every animal lung descends from this great earth lung, admittedly on a very refined scale. But where would one get the material for all the animal parts of the body if it were not available in the earth? The earth must deliver all that is in it to the surface through the innumerable organs in a transpiring manner. This delivered blood is first taken up by the plants and finally by the animals, and is transformed in them into what it originally was. From where should the animal take blood if it was not previously present in the earth? Where should water come from if it was not first in the earth? In short, the body of the earth must have everything that the beings living on it have. Just as a head louse has the same in itself, of course in a well-modified and smaller scale, as the animal or also the human, who is also a world body for this small animal. I think this example should make the matter quite clear to you. And so we have now visited a second large place in the earth. And next, we want to choose another one for inspection. 9. The spleen of the earth. 14th January, 1847. In every animal, after the lungs, one of the most important viscera, which is the real source of fire in every animal body, is the spleen. This viscera is just as necessary for the preservation of animal life as the heart, stomach, and lungs. For without this viscera, the former would be dead in every animal body. I said, it is the fireplace in the animal body. The fireplace is the most necessary thing in every house for the cooking of food and for the warming of the rooms. It may look very ordinary, but it must be there, and it was the very first need of man, and the very first people on earth got to know fire before anything else. And if they had not known it, Cain and Abel would not have been able to sacrifice burnt offerings. To illustrate the importance of such a fireplace, and what such a fireplace actually is, with an example from your more recent times, let us take a look at the so-called locomotive that exists at present. See, such a locomotive is very artistically arranged according to human fashion. If we fill the boiler with water, but do not put a fire underneath in the hearth, by which the water is decomposed into the driving vapours, it will immediately be seen that this whole mechanism is useless. The fire is therefore the real motive power. It first sets the water into vapours, and the vapours only then engage the mechanism, and such a steam car then comes into its well-known rapid motion. Similar, animal bodies are admittedly infinitely more artistic than locomotives, but their whole mechanism, which consists of countless parts and organs, would be useless if the fire source were missing in it. Fire decomposes all the nourishing parts taken in, and drives them by its own power into the vessels, where they pass into the blood, and by this reach the heart, and from there to their actual destination. This fire source in the animal body, called a spleen, therefore also consists of its own loose mass, which in its criss-cross interwoven cellular tissue is perfectly suitable to generate and maintain the electromagnetic fire in itself, namely, by generating this electromagnetic fire through constant friction of its cellular tissue, and then stored it in its countless pouch-like vessels, as in small electric bottles, and is, in a certain way, always saturated with it, in order to thereby, moment by moment, supply the negative part to the stomach and the positive part to the heart. I am well aware that many physicians and naturalists do not yet know what to make of the spleen, but it is difficult to find out, because no one can look at an animal in its living state and find out what it does. But once the animal is dead, this presupposes the death of the spleen long before that anyway. But now let it be known to you what the spleen is and what it serves for. We have thus seen that the spleen is one of the most necessary viscera in the animal body, because it generates the actual motive power for the entire rest of the animal mechanism within itself, carries it and passes it on to the other parts. But as is this seemingly insignificant viscera is one of the most important in the animal body, there is also such a viscera in the earth itself, which can be called this earth's spleen with the same right. This earth's spleen is firstly attached to the stomach, as in the animal bodies. But on the other hand, it is also in the closest organic connection with the earth's heart. And that because the stomach must draw its digestive heat from the spleen, and the heart its pulsating power from this main viscera. The same applies to the activity of the lungs, which is more or less derived from this part of the intestine, although half of the lungs also have completely free movement, which is connected with the will of the soul, for which reason man in particular can breathe faster or slower at will. Since the spleen plays one of the most important vitalizing roles in our earthly body, it is only right to pay special attention to this part of the intestine. In order to also see this, however, we want to have a quick look at the effects of our Earth's spleen. Look at all the fire-spitting mountains of the Earth. They are, of course, only quite insignificant offshoots of this main fireworks, but they can nevertheless give a convincing view of how things happen in the main fire kitchen of the Earth's body. That would be an effect which would be documented on the surface of the Earth. Then we consider the innumerable quantity of the boiling hot water springs, which also take their heating from this main tissue of the Earth. If not directly, then still indirectly by those fiery organs, which stand in most intimate connection with this piece of tissue. There we have a second effect of this piece of earth tissue on the Earth's surface. So let us further consider the clouds and fog formations, and also the winds that move them. All this is a product of this earth tissue, for its main central fire penetrates countless organs of the earth and heats them in all their parts in a sufficient way. Someone could only penetrate a little more than a German mile deep into the earth's interior, and he would convince himself how powerfully this inner earth warming apparatus works already there. When water penetrates into these depths, it is soon dissolved into vapours. These then inflate the earth's skin, and then either gradually penetrate as gases or vapours through the pores, fissures and other cavities of the earth's crust, and thus fill the air and disturb its equilibrium, whence the winds take their origin. or if these internally formed water vapours and gases sometimes take a more violent way out due to an overfilling, then it will likely cause a greater or smaller earthquake, and in the area of eruption, all destructive hurricanes, wind, and sometimes also fire tornadoes are brought to light. There we now again have a third descriptive appearance on the Earth's surface, which originates from this earth tissue piece. In a similar way, the movement of the sea, not the ebb and flow, but only the surging and stormy, as well as all the currents of the sea, originate from this very viscera. Also, the saltiness of the sea, which can only happen when certain substances are dissolved by fire beforehand and are then driven up as salt through countless organs for the salting of the sea, stems from this. So also all the meteoric phenomena which appear in the air circle of the earth, as not less also all vegetative power of the earth, originate from it. Besides these, there is an innumerable quantity of phenomena in and above the earth, which all originate from this piece of viscera. With the entire enumeration of which 100 writers would not finish in 100 years. Therefore, it would be a highly inexpedient and ridiculous work here to enumerate and discuss all these phenomena separately. And all the more inexpedient, because all these phenomena can be easily understood from the later observation of the spiritual part anyway. Therefore, it is enough that we touch this matter here only in general. Although, on the other hand, it must not be an indifferent matter to anybody to get a little deeper information in advance on this very important point, without which he would not understand the spiritual too deeply. We have now listed some of the main manifestations of this piece of viscera, and this for the reason of understanding this extremely important piece of earthly viscera all the more deeply. However, in order to examine and appreciate it even more deeply, we will soon go into this piece of intestine itself, as if in person, and will take a quite purposeful little walk in it, and at the same time direct our attention to how this piece of intestine is built, from where it gets its fire and the firing material. Ten. The structure of the spleen and the preparation of blood. 15th January, 1847. If you were to observe a small piece of an animal spleen through a good microscope, you would discover a number of small chambers which are mostly quadrangular or cubic in content, but sometimes also form triangular pyramids. More rarely, these chambers are ovoid and round. These chambers are organically connected at the corners by small cylinders, but the walls of these chambers are free. Therefore, a spleen is also very soft and loose to the touch. Between the rows of the chambers, which are bound together, there are a lot of blood vessels, which do not consist of uniform tubes, but only of such tubes which are sometimes narrow, sometimes wide, and which present themselves to the eye in approximately the same way as a thread of a cross spider, when it has covered itself with its grey-white sticky beads. You will have already seen how this animal decorates its elastic thread with small adhesive beads, which serve to glue an insect to the glue spindle like a bird, the moment it touches the thread, and can never leave it. This is the shape of a blood vessel in the spleen. It will be even more comprehensible to you if I compare it to a very fine string of the smallest number beads. Such blood vessels exist throughout the entire length of the spleen, as well as through the transverse parts of it, in an exceedingly large quantity. These blood vessels begin in a single vessel that is connected with the stomach, and end again with a main vessel that is connected with the heart on the right side. At the same time, this entire splenic tissue is enclosed by a delicate skin, through which the splenic combs and pearl cord-like blood vessels look like dark red warts. Since the spleen is an extremely tender tissue in animals, it is surrounded with an extra fat net, so that it is firstly more secure, and secondly, because of its constant rubbing activity, its enveloping good fatty material protects it against hurting itself as a result of such activity. Now we have before us, as well as it is possible in brevity, a certain kind of anatomical description of the spleen, which, in the dead state, of course, assumes a form very different from that now described. But now we must also know what business it actually performs here with this very arrangement, and how this very arrangement is useful for this activity. We have already heard that the spleen, with its blood vessels, is connected with the stomach and the heart. Why is that? Because it absorbs the juices from the stomach that pass into the blood, thus actually transforming them into blood and delivering that to the heart. Therefore, it can very easily happen in full-blooded people that the spleen becomes too overfilled with blood, and because it cannot discharge all that is produced in it to the heart, the blood, which has accumulated in the spleen, recedes into the stomach, and the person then suffers vomiting of blood. And if the blood does not find its way out, it can very easily lead to inflammation, and in time, which is even worse, to hardening of this main viscera. Hence, the frequent occurring vomiting of blood usually comes only from the spleen, and very rarely from the lungs. In this way, we have already witnessed working of the lungs. The only question now is, how does the spleen produce the blood? This too we will examine very briefly. When the egg white looking juice passes from the stomach into the spleen, it remains in these pearl-like blood veins for certain periods, and only moves one pearl further with each pulse beat. At the same time, however, with each pulse beat, friction occurs in the spleen's chambers. Through this friction, these chambers are filled with electric fire, which is positive towards the stomach area and negative towards the heart area. Therefore, the chambers are more sharp-edged toward the stomach area, while they become more egg-shaped toward the heart area. This electric fire naturally causes the chambers to expand very much and to contract very much. And since these chambers are connected to each other at the edges, as well as to each other of the blood vessels by small cylinders, the result is that the juices in the blood vessels become more and more fermented. Through this fermentation, the carbon, which is still somewhat too abundant in it, separates out and is then delivered through the chambers partly to the bile, but also partly to the fat. At the same time, this fermentation produces many small bubbles, which, when they come under the control of the negative electricity, shrink more and take on a lentil-like shape. When they are half filled with this negative electricity, they assume a saffron-like yellowish color, and like this, already enter the heart chamber as blood. The blood is not a continuous fluid, but a small lentil-like pulp, which, in its small lentils, which are very smooth and slippery on the surface, brings and distributes the negative electricity throughout the body. This electricity then also heats the whole organism, and where these lentils are then driven through very narrow vessels, they burst, after which bursting, the shell becomes liquid and passes into the so-called lymphatic juices, while the electric substance released by this bursting is consumed as an iron-containing ether for the stimulation of the nerves. Now we have a good overview of our spleen, its composition and its work in the shortest possible time. And since we now have a quite clear basis in this way, we can now venture quite confidently and as well prepared as possible beforehand into an admittedly somewhat larger fire chamber of our Earth's spleen. The construction of these is similar to the small construction of the above described animal spleen, to which the human spleen can also be counted. However, each such chamber is several billion times larger than such an animal spleen chamber. Indeed, in many such earthly spleen chambers, there would be room for several million human beings, from which ratio it can already be inferred in advance that the Earth's spleen construction must indeed be a very large one. The construction of the sun, however, like the construction of the suns in general, is very different from the construction of an earth body, as already in general the construction of an earth body has such great differences with the construction of another earth body that only the eye of the Creator can see the general similarity in it. Therefore, you must not think, if you know the interior of the earth, that you would recognize the interior of the earth of Jupiter or of another planet. And therefore we want to go into such an earth milk chamber and see how things happen there. Look at the greyish-brown walls, how they are constantly flashing with innumerable flashes of lightning. Millions of the greatest thunders is continuously heard, and behold, out of the chambers go wide channels. Through them a mighty flood rushes in. The continual electric flames dissolve the flood into strongly excited vapours. With force immeasurable to you, these vapours penetrate further through other channels, with the most terrible roar. Again, new floods rush into the chamber. Again there is boiling, roaring, and whirring, such as never been heard on the surface of the earth. Go out of the chamber and look at the blood vessels, which stretch between the rows of chambers in the same form as described above. And listen how the most powerful floods rush through them, how here and there these channels, where they are narrower, contract like great primeval giant snakes, and soon expand again, in order to further promote the powerful floods present in them. See how the same thing happens, and must happen here, on a large scale, as in the animal spleen, on a small scale. That these juices, as in animals, pass from the stomach to the spleen, and from there to the heart, as the nourishing blood of the earth, hardly needs to be mentioned. In this way, we have now become acquainted with this piece of viscera as precisely as it is possible in a short time. And thus we will go to another piece of the earth's viscera next. (11) The liver of the earth. 16 January 1847. After the spleen, the liver emerges as one of the most important visceral parts. The liver is the secretion apparatus in the animal, as in our telluric body, and therefore deserves, like the spleen, special attention. Man, like animals, eats food that contains as much deadly poisonous substance as vitalizing nutritive substance. Therefore, every human, as well as every animal, after having eaten a meal, would be bodily killed if there were not such an apparatus in the body which would greedily draw all these poisonous substances, as mainly carbon and blue acid bitter substance, and collect them partly in a separate container, and partly discharge them through the urinary tract. This apparatus is exactly the mentioned liver. Its construction is quite similar to that of the spleen. That is, as far as the internal construction is concerned. Only the form has more similarity with that of the lung. This piece of viscera therefore also consists of a number of chambers arranged in a row, which are like those of the spleen, but only somewhat more closely connected with each other. In addition to these chambers, the liver is mainly crossed through by 4 different vascular tubes, which, however, do not have the shape of those that pass through the spleen, but they are uniformly continuous organs, which are connected with each other by even smaller through-fare vessels, through which all organs of this piece of viscera are in a mutual connection. A part of these vessels goes out of the heart and leads rather rich blood into this viscera, so that the blood is saturated here with the necessary degree of carbon, as well as with a relatively small dose of blue acid, where it is then thus saturated suitable to accomplish the digestion in the digestive vessels, and from there on further to also form the outer skin. The blood is not suitable for internal use, which is why liver diseases are easily recognizable mainly on the outer skin. This is a kind of continuous vessels. A second type goes from the stomach to the liver. This takes up all the watery substances in which the blue acid is very much diluted, and in the liver it is released into the blood through the small connecting vessels in a just proportion, and the remaining part is released through the liver, through the kidneys, into the urinary bladder, which then expels it as a useless substance through the urethra, and is completely transported out of the body. This is the second type of vessel that pass through this piece of viscera. A third class of vessels starts again from the stomach and connects especially the mucous membranes of the stomach with the gallbladder in the liver. Through these vessels, the mucous carbon or bile is separated from the food in the stomach and is for the most part stored in the gallbladder for the sake of the human or the animal developing too little of this digestive substance in the stomach through the ingested food. If this were to happen, then the liver must deliver something back to the stomach out of its supply. For all digestion consists of a kind of fermentation, of which some nutrients are known to be more capable than others. Again, some substances with very watery content have very little nutrients in them, which everyone can already notice in the outside world. Just take pure water into a vessel and add a little bran flour. Allow the mixture to stand for a long time until it starts to ferment. But if you fill another vessel with wine must and add a little more barley or rice flour to it, in a few hours it will ferment so much that you will hardly know what to do with it. If, however, it can be seen from this that some substances which humans, like animals, consume as food have more or less carbon or fermentation substance in them, then it must also be clear that on the one hand, the abundance of this substance in our liver has to come to the aid of the lack of this substance if the nutrients ingested are of too small quantity. Through these vessels, we have now gotten to know the third kind. A fourth class of vessels that run through this piece of intestine are the small wined veins, which starting from the lungs are guided through the liver in multiple curves and twists. The gallbladder is partly formed by these vessels and partly maintained in constant tension. At the same time, a fair amount of atmospheric air is always brought into the bile through these vessels, and so much oxygen through the atmospheric air that the bile does not begin to ferment too much, and this fermentation then produces that malignant substance in the body, from which mainly all kinds of things, as inflammation, rheumatism, gout, and the like, come to light. Hence, it is also very bad for people to stay in such places and rooms in which, instead of the invigorating pure atmospheric air, they only inhale nitrogen, in which there is very little oxygen, but more toxic nitrogen. And take note, especially in those cursed inns, in which the guests prepare themselves for the most vigorous of the stench of hell, with the most hideous tobacco smoke. In this way, we have now become acquainted with the 4 types of vessels in our liver, whose action and reaction are brought about again, as in the case of the spleen, by the electrical fluid that is in the aforementioned chambers, as in the case of the spleen, produced by a rubbing movement of this chamber. But of course, the electrical fire of the liver is mainly excited by the fire of the spleen, for the liver would be quite dead and inactive without the spleen. In humans, as in all animals, this part of the gut is around the stomach, because it is there that it is most needed. So this piece of the intestine makes up, of course, an appropriately great part of the earth. Its function is exactly the same as that of the liver in animals. Even though it performs only a secondary function, which the spleen does in the first place, it is nevertheless a no less powerful part of vitalization in every animal organic body. For everything that the earth's crust carries on itself and on its surface comes out of the liver of the earth. So, all seawater is derived from this, and is basically nothing else than the urine expelled from the earth's body, but which urine, regardless of this, evaporates again into clouds, which are transformed into sweet, nutritious water in the air through the action of light. In this way, we have now gotten to know this part of the earth's intestines as thoroughly as possible in a very brief way, and will therefore soon move on to another. 12. The kidneys of the earth. 18th January, 1847. After the liver, the kidney comes into consideration. This part of the viscera is in three respects a very noteworthy tool of life in the animal organism, because it has three essential and exceedingly important purposes, without which the animal life could not exist at all, and reproduction would not be conceivable. Just as also every being without this visceral piece could never think itself into a happy mindset, because a certain physical serenity comes from the kidneys, which is why this visceral part is often mentioned and named in Scripture. Therefore, this part of the intestine, first of all, has the function of taking up the water that has been drained from the liver and is unfit for the life of the organism, absorbs what is still useful for life from the water, and transports the completely useless part of the water into the urinary bladder. The absorbed nobler part is the actual material substance of the fertilizing sperm, which is admittedly taken up by the blood even earlier, and then led by it into its own vessels, where it is then supported and made suitable for witnessing as a positive polar force by the same negative force of the so-called pouch kidney. This is therefore a second important process. The third, even more important function of this part of the viscera consists, as already mentioned, in the fact that this part of the viscera is very intimately connected with the heart, lungs, stomach, spleen, and liver through its own very small and more hidden vessels, and therefore, from a more spiritual point of view, as long as a human being or an animal is alive, it serves the soul in a certain way as a temporary shelter necessary for procreation. And because this visceral piece is like that, it produces in the natural life a certain serene well-being, which of course is not to be attributed to the body, but to the soul, and even more, to the spirit underlying it. Who does not remember, who has ever practiced sexual intercourse, how this has spread in him through his whole organism an exceedingly blissful feeling and an exceedingly delightful well-being? Who also does not remember that, if he abstained from unnecessary coitus for a longer period of time, he was then seized by a continuous cheerful well-being, in which he was often, without knowing why, so happy and cheerful that he found an uplifting joy in everything he looked at? All this is physically prepared in the kidney. Therefore, this piece of viscera also has the appearance of a well-prepared cushion, and one could say, "Behold, there is a pleasant soft seat. On this one can rest well." Thus, as far as physical happiness is concerned, this piece of intestine ensures that the soul, which is otherwise active only in the heart and head, has a certain resting place here, and, as one is wont to say, sometimes lets itself be quite well there. Also, in the so-called animalistic somnambulism, the soul usually enters this part of the intestine, which is in the most intimate connection with the pit of the stomach through the so-called ganglion nerves, through which region the soul in such a state usually looks, hears, feels, and, if necessary, also gets in touch with the outside world. But if this piece of viscera has such a laudable purpose, it will also be necessary to understand its structure a little. The structure of this piece of viscera has a significant resemblance to that of the spleen and liver, only with the difference that this piece of viscera differs substantially from the others by the well-known cushion-like division. It has on both sides certain dewlaps, which are separated from each other by significant indentation and by a whitish cellular tissue, and are only connected with the midline as a whole, which midline is also a white cellular tissue, through which the main water channels pass, and deliver the noble sperm substance into the dewlaps, which they absorb, as already noted above, from the water coming from the liver. In the intestines, this juice is matured by the electricity produced in them, and more subtle and liquid, and it is then taken up like this into the tender blood vessels in this intestine, and united with the blood which is led to the heart, from where it is only then led again, through quite different vessels, into the storage chambers intended for it, where it then, for its useful purpose, continuously receive its nourishment from the so-called pouch kidney, and from this the usefulness occurred. Now we have also, as much as necessary for our purpose, seen through the construction of this piece of viscera, and now we can search for the same piece of viscera in our earth's body. This piece of viscera lies far south, thus somewhat beyond the equator of the earth, and therefore closer to the South Pole than to the North Pole. This piece of intestine of the earth has a significant resemblance to the same piece of intestine of a sow, and even more with that of an elephant, which basically also belongs to the family of pigs. This piece of viscera has in the earth almost exactly the same purpose as in the animals. It is firstly the basic source from which the whole sea draws its water, and from which also gradually all water on the surface of the earth comes. Of course, before the sea comes, the earth still has a lot of urine bladders, which are mostly located in the outer earth, which can be called the earth's skin, and in the second solid earth as very large water basins, some of which are larger than a whole part of the world, such as Europe. From these great earth urine bladders, only then the sea and the other waters of the solid land get their nourishment, and their always equal increase of water. This is the first activity of this visceral part of the earth. The second operation is the separation of the noble procreative water from the coarse earth urine water. This noble procreative water then does not immediately rise to the surface of the earth, but is first returned to the heart of the earth, as in the case of animals. From there, it is led up to the surface of the earth through its own channels and veins, where it manifests itself partly as sweet spring water, and partly as the dew that fertilizes all plant life the most. This is the second function of the kidneys. Next, let us consider the third and most remarkable one. (13) The earth as a man and a woman. Sometimes each one of you will have perceived a feeling in yourself which pleases you exceedingly. The whole area had an extremely friendly appearance. What only fell into the eyes of the observer refreshed him with multiple delight. The clouds in the firmament or in the air had a particularly friendly design and lovely colour, and the air fanned so gently and tenderly into the face and gave the feeling as if he had been kissed by 1,000 invisible lovely angel lips, and thereby the soul bubbled up completely in joy. Behold, this human sensation at certain times is a communicated after sensation, which is derived from the temporary rest and comfort of the earth body, and is homogeneous with that cheerfulness of the kidneys in man, which can also be easily observed in animals. Such a time of serenity on the earth's body happens when the great, better general earth soul sits down in its kidney and there, in a certain way, allows itself its necessary relaxation or rest. At this time, it also happens on the surface of the earth that everything becomes peaceful in a certain way, and everything takes on a certain soft and gentle character. But such a time of serenity of the earth is usually followed by gloomy and stormy weather, in which everything again assumes a repulsive and sometimes even terrible character. This happens when the general earth soul has returned to its usual telluric organs of activity. With the earth, however, it never quite happens, as with man, that the soul completely passes over into this resting and sleeping chamber. But only a part of the general soul rests there, more or less, while another part must be continuously active. This is to be understood metaphorically in a certain way, like some actions of a man who has done some work with his right hand for a while. When this has become tired, he puts his hand into his pocket to rest, and continues to work with his left hand until the right hand has recovered somewhat. Or the image is also like a man who has worked with his head for some time until it has become tired. Then he allows it to rest, and instead sets his feet in motion. Or the image of the partial rest of the general earth soul is also like a night watch, which two men occupy. The one watches from evening until midnight, during which time his companion has rested. Then the one who was first awake goes to rest, and the rested one takes his place and performs the watch until morning. This is how you must visualize this action of the general earth soul. And therefore the earth can never reach that complete general well-being into which man, or also an animal, can reach through the nightly sleep, but only into that of the partial rest of man, which also carries with it a not insignificant well-being. But that such a complete, general, comfortable retirement cannot occur with the earth. The daily rotation, in the first place, already ensures, and secondly, the annual turn of the earth around the sun, according to which soon the northern, soon again the southern part of the earth is exposed to so-called hibernation, while the opposite part is again in the greatest activity. Since the earth's kidneys also possess this property, which can be easily perceived by everyone, just like humans and animals, the question arises whether the earth is not capable of procreation. Indeed, and that significantly, several times, and very differently than every man or every animal or every plant. For this reason, however, the earth is to be regarded in a certain way also as a hermaphrodite, or simultaneously a man and woman in one being, and is in this respect similar to the first man, who originally was also in himself man and woman simultaneously, and similar to the perfect spirits of heaven, who are also completely male and female united. This predetermination of this matter is therefore necessary to be able to understand the following more correctly. Since the earth is therefore capable of procreation, the question is again, how and what does it procreate? And where are its main procreative organs? The main organ of procreation is, as in the case of the animals, the strongly bulging south pole. By virtue of this organ of procreation, the earth is female, because also the whole south pole as negative is equal to the female being, which also behaves as negative against the positive polar male being. The earth, however, considered from this point as a woman, is then not capable of procreation by itself, but only capable of receiving the procreation. Here it is then asked, who procreates there with the earth? The sun, by its opposite polar force. And what does it procreate, or what has it procreated? A main child of the earth, conceived in this way, is the moon, and is indeed the oldest child of this telluric woman. Doesn't she have several similar children? Oh yes. A considerable amount of comets are born, which are circling partly in the wide ether space, but partly such children, which come from this procreation, are the almost daily, and mostly around the equinox times, nearly countlessly appearing so-called shooting stars. That they are nothing else than small comet-like planets newly born from the Earth is proved by their always elliptic course and their round shape, when they come so close to the Earth that people can observe their diameter more closely with their eyes. These little planets, however, are devoured again by the Earth. Like all other procreations, similar to the old fable of Saturnus, who devoured his children. Then from where or from what are these children born from the Earth? The Earth has an innumerable amount of such birth canals. The main birth canal on the Earth, however, is in the middle of the world's great Pacific Ocean, not far from the equator, namely in the area of the island group of the so-called Tahiti and Otaheite. From there the moon was separated from the Earth, and still afterwards quite a lot of still existing comets. This is thus a main birth canal of the Earth. Other birth canals are a lot of lakes, swamps, and caves in the mountains, from which not infrequently such little planets are hurled out to a significant height by a polar force. But since they have two small bodies, their small wealth is consumed by the opposite polarity through the predominant polar force of the Earth, and they are drawn to the Earth again, on which they soon fall down as cinder-like masses, sometimes also as stones. But they come down again as stones only if they have exploded first in the etheric space, and then fall down as parts of the whole. This is a kind of procreation in which the Earth appears only as a woman. Next, we will consider the far more strange thousandfold procreation, where the Earth is active as man and woman at the same time. (14) The male-female procreation of the Earth. 20 January 1847. From this procreation, all mineral beings, as well as the plants and the animal world, take their material origin. The Earth, considered as man and woman in one, begets here and also gives birth in the most manifold ways, namely in such a way that on the one hand it brings, as it were, living young to the outside world. Then again, like the birds, it lays eggs, and again, like the plants, it gives birth to seeds. And for minerals, it produces certain flowers in which lies the power to draw to itself everything that is similar to them, and as such to expand in wide circles. This is the fourfold procreation of the earth under both forms in one. Someone would of course ask here, if the earth does all this, why then the reproductive power in the plant and animal world? And why must the plant, however it is formed, bring forth the peculiar seed for its reproduction? Why the bird the egg, and why the animal its kind, and why amphibians their mushy roe, which are actually also eggs? The answer to this question is, of course, not as simple as one would like to think, but nevertheless, for the one who can only look a little deeper, it is already present in the whole of nature in a completely pronounced way. It is said, right at the beginning in the course of this article, that the earth is man and woman at the same time. As woman, she does not beget, but only takes up the begotten and gives birth to it. As man, however, he merely begets and does not give birth to it. But the begotten kind and species must first be matured and born into which it was begotten by the earth as a man being. To see this more clearly, let us first consider a tree in interaction with the body of the earth. An only reasonably thorough insight into this relationship will certainly show the matter as clear as day. Let us assume that the seed must obviously have been there before the tree on which it then reproduces, which is a correct assumption, because a seed can be produced more easily in the earth than a whole, fully grown tree. One can also put the light seed everywhere, and a small force will be required to disperse the light seeds of often largest trees to all four corners of the world. And if light winds blow, carrying these light seeds, not even a mosquito will be offended by this act, let alone a larger animal or even a human being. How difficult, and with what use of force would an operation be, and with what danger besides, with already perfectly grown trees? What would people say if suddenly such a large oak forest, brought about by mighty hurricanes, settled down over their heads and put its roots into the earth? And for such a forest, healthy acorns can be brought on a single wagon, can then be quietly put into the earth, about which certainly no man will lose his head. So after a time the acorns will slowly begin to rise, very tender shoots above the ground. Who has ever been hurt, who has gone through a forest, if an extremely light fir seed fluttered down on his hat? But what kind of face would a person make if, instead of such a light seed, a perfectly grown giant fir tree fluttered down in front of his nose? Already from these few examples, it is easy to see for every reasonable person that the seed must be there before the tree. With animals, of course, the case is reversed. There, the bird had to be before the egg, because the animal's warmth already belongs to the hatching of the egg. but all the same, the bird existed immediately as a bird. But in this first procreation period, also the earth laid the first egg, and the earth was thus the first general bird. Once the first bird was born, it laid the egg, which was slightly differently equipped than the first, and gave birth to a second bird similar to it. One can therefore also assume with the bird, as also with the amphibians, the first egg as the seed, and there again the seed was before the animal that came out of it. Only if one finds a substantial difference between the quality of the earth's egg and the bird's egg, then the bird was certainly before the egg which it laid, and through the same again brought forth its kind. But it was not so with the seed of the plant. It was already born from the earth as the plant brings it back. So it is also the case with all other animals. Every species was first born from the earth already as a mammal, and received the ability to reproduce again by its own procreative capacity. We have taken a tree as an illustrative example to explain the begetting and birthing power of the earth. This explanation had to precede the present consideration above, without which the matter would not have become quite clear. But now, since we have made such a consideration, it becomes clear to you all at once how on the one hand the earth begets as a man, and on the other hand gives birth again as a woman, and how it behaves to our tree mentioned as an example sometimes as a woman and sometimes as a man. Let us assume that a seed which has ripened on the tree is placed in the earth. Then the earth behaves like a woman when it receives, and the received ripens and sprouts by its own power. But when the tree stands there, it takes on the female character in relation to the earth, and the earth appears as a man in relation to the tree, and begets new seed in the tree for its fertilization. From this example, the masculine and feminine activities of the earth would be already partly clear, and it would follow from this that the earth, in order to accomplish that, must necessarily unite the two natures in itself. But in this example, the earth and the tree interact. This is not enough, but we must also see this interaction in the earth itself. But how will we achieve this? That will not be so difficult. You know that the earth has a south and a north pole. These two poles always remain what they are with regard to the main effect of the earth, namely, the one the south pole and the other the north pole, or the one negative and the other positive, or the one attractive and the other repulsive, which then has the consequence that two such unequal polarities can never get along very well next to each other. because the one pole is the giver and the other the receiver. With this pole relationship, this interaction already strongly appears. Originally, or in the outlet, the positive north pole is the receiver, because it absorbs all the nourishment for the earth body. And the south pole in its external outlet is the one which absorbs nothing from the outside, but only puts everything behind. But in the interior, the north pole is the giver towards the south pole, and the south pole is the receiver. Behold, there is already something emerging. How the earth's being appears inwardly through its polar action, alternately in its two polarities, partly male and partly female. Even more conspicuous is this reciprocal, always changing polar effect by the alternation of summer and winter. Since half a year on the northern half of the earth is winter, while at the same time, on the southern half, summer prevails, and thus in the next half year reversed, which thus behaves and should also be understood as the winter is the male part, and the summer the female part. The winter begets in the female summer, and this then gives birth to what the winter has begotten. Therefore, in the winter time, one half of the earth is male, while the other is completely female. And there also, the otherwise female south pole appears male in relation to the north pole, which has become female, and therefore also reversed. But there is always the noticeable difference that the fruits of the southern half of the earth are sweeter, softer, and fuller, but not as strong as those of the north. Because in the southern part, the feminine precedes the masculine, while in the northern part, the masculine is more distinguished from the feminine. And this could be called etymologically so. In the north, the earth is a man-woman, and in the south, it is a woman-man. From this representation, the dual nature of the earth is certainly already quite clearly evident. To the perfect view, however, it is still necessary that one knows that the earth changes its nature through the day and through the night. The night is always female, and the day male. What the day has begotten, the night gives birth to again in its dark womb. According to this, every seed is begotten and fertilized by the earth as a male being, and is matured and born by the same earth as a female being. That the earth really produces seeds for all kinds of plants and animals can be deducted from many phenomena on the earth's surface. To these phenomena belong the original forestation of the mountains, like the moss and grass overgrowth of some former desolate steppes, on which nothing has grown for a millennium. Moulds and sponges have not yet another seed. Then to the phenomena explaining this thing belong those, if already somewhat more rarely, but on the whole nevertheless still frequently enough occurring kind, where it rained cereals and all kinds of grains. And especially does this matter explain the not rarely occurring fish, snake, and toad rains, and still other such phenomenon, of which no so-called natural scientist can say, if he has only a grain of common sense, that some whirlwind has picked them up from the earth and then hurled them down again. Because there, he would have to be able to prove somehow that on the earth such a place is found on which such beings have existed in not seldom a trillion-fold number. And if he would also be able to do this, then he would do nothing less than to prove just the peculiar procreative power of the earth all the more conspicuously. How just the earth can bring forth such things from itself. But how such phenomena actually happen, we will have a deeper look at next. (15) The general succession of living beings. 22nd January 1847. These occurrences seem to happen in such a way that someone could believe that they are, in a way, collections of certain whirlwinds, which, however, then united in the air into some kind of ball, and then fell down again when the lifting force of the whirlwind had decreased. But for an only somewhat deeper researcher, this explanation will certainly not be sufficient. For to lift frogs, toads, and snakes, a tremendously strong whirlwind, or even a most violent whirlwind, would be necessary. But if these more loose animal bodies were exposed to such a destructive fury of the winds, then they would firstly be torn into the smallest pieces before they fell to earth again. And with the survivors of such animals, it would have then surely its wise ways. Secondly, such a whirlwind, in order to take fish out of, say, a whole lake or a morass, which often is several hours in length and width, would itself have to have an enormous diameter, and also an expression of force which no mountain could resist, which, however, cannot easily be assumed by a naturalist. And thirdly, such a wind or such a violent whirlwind would surely clean out the water of the lake to the last drop, or even a whole morass in such a way that not only a loose grain of sand would remain. Where then, if it rained down these animals, also water, mud, and a lot of other ingredients would have to fall down, which, however, is usually never the case with these so-called amphibian rains. However, these phenomena develop in the following way. The earth, as a double being in some region, begets out of its bowels a usually innumerable quantity of such eggs. These are very small and are easily driven out through the pores and channels of the earth. They are very small and are easily propelled out through the pores and channels of the earth. The further up they come, the more they are expanded by the nutrients they contain, which in the end makes them lighter than atmospheric air. And then, having reached the surface of the earth, they rise to a certain height in the form of dark mists like balloons, where they enter a strong electric current. And this happens easily because they are properly attracted by it. In this current they are then quickly matured and born, and that not infrequently in a number of many thousands of millions. Because these animals have then formed a properly heavier body from the air through the electric current than the air itself is. They can no longer stay in the air, but sink down to the earth. But because they are nevertheless quite light, not so fast that they would suddenly burst through such a fall, and thus of course would be killed immediately, but they always come down quite safely and can still live for a few hours after falling. And because this formation is a leap over stages and is not in harmony with the orderly progress of spiritual intelligences out of the earthly body, they soon pass away again from the apparent existence, are absorbed by the earth again, and are driven into the plant kingdom, whereby it is to be noted that such products then pass over into the formerly appearing animal stage earlier than if such animal stages, according to the usual order, must first pass through a whole legion of plant life. For one can say there, animal stages, because they already step into appearance like that from the earth immediately as animal beings, which, however, still have to take a step back into the vegetable before they can assume the intensive animal character. It is completely different with the original plant stages, which already enter the first existence like that. These must go through all plant stages, which stand in their line of progression, before they can be taken up into the animal life. But since there is also an enormous difference between plants and plants, as there are noble and ignoble, good and bad, it also follows that especially the noble ones are so close to the animal stages, and the noblest even to the human stage, that they can soon be included, at least in part, in the human being, and for the most part in the nobler animal kingdom. Of such plants one says, these have a short line of transition, but there are a great number of base plants. With them it takes a very long time until they are absorbed into the nobler ones, and there one says, these have a long line of transition. The same is also the case with the animals. But animals are produced directly from the double being of the earth. So also are seeds for plants produced freely. This happens mainly in the tropical countries, like in the stony Arabia, in some areas of Africa and America. Today, there are still large deserts and steppes. These deserts have certain seed-bearing points for such seeds. There one will also find a luxuriant plant growth all around. But where such seed-bearing sources are lacking, the earth remains desolate and empty. So also, the newly formed islands owe their plant growth to the seeds produced by the earth. And when these have reached a sufficient level of maturity, then also animal stages will begin to develop. However, only up to the still very imperfect crawling animals and insects, the free natural transition does not reach further, then a higher force must step in order to create a corresponding animal standing on a higher level, into which the preceding levels can pass, and so not seldom upward to man, who, however, is never newly created, but is brought there in due time by colonization. I think that this description will be sufficient for the inner thinker to see the procreative and reproductive power of the earth as a double being, and how these external phenomena take their origin in the aforementioned way mainly from the kidney of the earth, because in it the general semen is formed and fertilized for further development in the previously described way. With this, however, the actual active essence of the earth's interior is exhausted as completely as possible. And if this communication was about the unveiling of the earth's interior, then this earth's interior is unveiled in all possible brevity as well as possible, and comprehensible to the human mind. Since, however, the complete knowledge of the whole earth would not be served by the sole knowledge of the interior of the earth, we must pass from this interior of the earth, or from the innermost earth, to the second solid earth, and see through it a little, so that the outer earth will then become all the more easily comprehensible and understandable to us. For there is such a great quantity of phenomena on the outer earth, which the most learned explorers can never explain to themselves. All of these phenomena, however, can only be seen quite well and correctly when one knows their basis. Therefore, you must not imagine the solid structure as too simple, but as extremely complicated, and as occupying by far the largest part of the earth. It is, in a way, the solid wood of the tree, which also constitutes the largest mass of the tree. And just as in the solid wood of the tree, the most elaborate mechanism is attached, so this is also the case with the earth. This solid part of the earth is therefore also to be regarded as a school, through which the beings rising from the innermost earth, first formed clumsily, get an actual colouring and shaping. For this reason, this second solid earth must also be explored quite carefully, and we will therefore begin to wander through it a little in the near future. (16) The material and construction of the second earth. 23rd January 1847. This second solid earth consists of a very peculiar mass, which, like the wood of a tree, is almost the same throughout. Only, of course, it is somewhat less intense towards the interior. but the intensity toward the exterior increases more and more, which is also necessary, for where it is a matter of bearing great loads, the strength must be great. Towards the interior, however, where the polar forces act through the bowels of the earth, the density must decrease somewhat, and be somewhat tough and yielding, so that it does not break under the enormous internal force, and the very palpable pieces of bowel do not suffer damage during their to and fro and up and down movement by a sensitive impact on the surrounding wall, which may be too solid. But towards the top, this second earth becomes extremely firm in its artificial structure, which same firmness has already a full diameter of nearly 200 miles, which thickness is sufficiently strong enough to carry the whole third outer earth with all its seas, countries and mountains, with the same ease as the elephant carries a blanket spread over it. What kind of material does this second solid earth consist of, then? It will be somewhat difficult to explain this material to you, because nothing similar can be found anywhere on the surface of the earth, nor can it be, since the constituent parts of each earth are quite different, which you can easily see by looking at a nut, where the outer green rind contains absolutely nothing of the hard shell, just as the inner core also contains nothing, and each, even if connected to each other, is nevertheless completely separate. So it is also with the mass of this second solid earth. It is neither rock nor metal, certainly not diamond, and still less any gold or platinum. Because if this mass were something similar, it would firstly not endure the inner fire that flows out of the intestines. It would soon be melted and finally turned into cinders and ashes. Just as little would it withstand the powerful passage of countless sources of fire and other destructive substances, would soon wear out, and on the other hand, weather in these passage parts, in which state it would then become incapable of further operations. Is it perhaps a very peculiar bone mass? Certainly even less that than something else. It is most similar to the so-called asbestos, or rock wool, when together in solid mass. For this rock wool is almost completely indestructible in fire, as in all acids, although it can be dissolved chemically. And this is precisely the difference that causes the complete similarity between the solid mass of the second earth and our rock wool. Something similar to rock wool exists on the surface of the earth as a certain type of pumice, which is not found anywhere else but near the South Pole, but which type of rock is not yet found in any learned natural history collection, because no naturalist has yet come so close to the South Pole. And if someone would succeed in approaching this extremely dangerous point of the earth, he would have to dig very deep into the ice to get such a piece. And secondly, he would have to know beforehand where such pieces of pumice are located. Otherwise he would dig a mine into the ice for nothing. A granule of such rock would, of course, be worth more than a pearl weighing a centner, because of its extremely brilliant, colourful beauty, and because of its complete indestructibility. But this most precious dung of the earth is kept so carefully hidden, precisely in order not to blind the metal and mineral addicted world, even worse than gold and diamonds. This mineral, as said, is most similar to the mass of our second solid earth. As far as the colour of our solid earth material is concerned, it is more white-greyish towards the top, and would look like a pearl in the sunlight. Further down, however, it becomes darker and darker, and has the most wonderful colorations, almost playing throughout, like a so-called golden pearl shell. This material is also exceedingly heavy, and must be, for in it lies the main rotational momentum of the earth, which cannot be found useful for this purpose on the outer earth, which is more loose and spongy. Now that we have uncovered something about the mass of this middle earth, we can proceed to its construction. The clearest conception of this second solid earth, as far as its artistic structure is concerned, can be shown to you best and most expediently by a competent observation of the bone of a brain shell. Also by the observation of an ordinary nut, and therefore show, because these objects stand up next to you like teachers, who direct your eye with a finger or pointing pen to the structure, in which structure and organism you then easily find that concept, which you then have to extend enormously, and only in this extension get the true concept of how artistically and functionally this solid earth is built. Because you have to remember that it would be very wrong if someone would claim, when he compares two similar things, that he can therefore already form a concept of it. But he must first find a concept through comparative observation. Once he has found it, he must anatomically dissect and stretch it. Only then has he formed an actual concept of the thing. So now we want to get an idea of the artistic construction of the middle solid earth. But how? This will not be so difficult. What the visible pores are in the bones, these are in this second earth widely extending channels, sometimes many fathoms in diameter, provided at various points with the most diverse kind of closing valves. In some other places, several channels intersect at one point. Each of them carries its own fluid up to this point. Where all the fluids unite in such a point of union, or secondary centre of gravity, to form a completely new mixture, and from there advance again in many further channels as one and the same united fluid. All channels, however, are continuously provided with an innumerable number of closing valves, which open outwards and close inwards. Why are these closing valves placed in the innumerable channels? These valves serve to prevent the nutritive and vitalizing juices, which are expelled from the viscera in different ways, from falling back into the viscera because of their weight. For every pulse beat of the great heart of the earth drives the diverse juices into the innumerable organs. If these organs were not provided with a closing valve, just where the juices entered, these juices, due to their weight, would fall back again. But as they rise into the organs, these valves open due to the pressure from below, and the liquids flow through. However, when the impact lessens and fetches new material, the juices that have been pushed into the organs press back on these valves, and in this way block their way back by their own weight. That such a large earth vein must have several such closing valves in its not infrequently several 100 miles long course goes without saying, because otherwise, without several such support points, the liquid in such a long tube would become too heavy to be lifted further by the pulse push, and by its heaviness would break through and destroy an only closing valve. Large channels, or large veins, have, in addition to such end valves, large downward coils and separate pressure pumps, through which the pulse impulse is greatly assisted. You will also find similar valves in all veins of the animal body world. You may only look at an anatomical work, or also through a microscope at a wood fibre. Then you will find a lot of such closing flaps along the tube. Think a little about what has been said so far concerning the mechanism of this solid earth. Then you will get a quite useful knowledge of things in nature. And when you have become somewhat familiar with this first mechanical representation, then you will understand the next, by far more artistic opening of this mechanism, all the more easily. (17) The fortification of the fluids of the earth. 25th January 1847. We have seen in the last communication how the juices are driven up through the interior of the earth, through the middle or solid earth. The mechanism is, as you will have easily seen from the description, basically extremely simple, but at the same time completely functional in its arrangement. The juices, however, which are carried up by this simple mechanism, would soon lose their original force which is substantially added to their essence, especially with a distance which not infrequently amounts to several hundred miles. In order to remedy this easily achievable problem, help had to come from another side by means of an extremely ingenious mechanism, as follows. In the direction from north to south go countless extremely fine mineral threads, which from north to south are mostly purely iron-bearing, and vice versa, those from south to north are platinum-bearing, and sometimes also copper-bearing. These threads are, as already noted, extremely fine, so much so that the thread of a spider divided into parts would yield 10,000 such threads, which is certainly a very fine piece of work. These threads do not run evenly in straight lines, but very curled, approximately like the comb of a saw, and at the same time in many other windings, especially in the areas where they brush against the veins and channels rising from the interior of the earth. But this is also necessary, for it is precisely at these points that these conductive threads must have their most active effect. These threads are not small tubes, but all different kinds of crystals, which are connected to each other like links of a chain. Their position is as if you were to place several triangular pyramids on top of each other in such a way that the top is exactly in the middle of the lower surface of the following pyramid, and the iron-containing ones are directed so that the tops face north, and the platinum and copper-containing ones have the tops turned south. If you imagine this, you will have a correct picture of how these conductors are constructed. This line must therefore be mechanically ordered, because any other smooth line, such as a wire, would lose the electromagnetic fluid at a length of not infrequently 3,000 miles. The fact that smooth conductors lose their fluidity more and more with time can be assumed by those who are more experienced in this kind of manipulation, from the fact that an electric spark conducted over a long distance no longer has the same powerful effect as in the vicinity of a conductor which first absorbs the electromagnetic fluid ether from a rubbed glass plate, or from several copper and zinc plates dipped in hydrochloric or sulfuric acid. This pyramidal line alone would not be completely useful for a conductor running several thousand miles if it did not continue in its own tube, which is formed by such a mass through which no electric spark penetrates. From this you can already see a little how elaborately this mechanism is woven. But little would be gained if these threads let the electromagnetic substance change back and forth. Therefore, at certain points, especially in the area of the ascending channels, there must be collecting chambers in which this substance accumulates, and when such a chamber is fully charged, it then acts on the liquid in the channel, giving it new power again. This is the purpose of these countless collecting chambers, which are sometimes larger and sometimes smaller, and are also sometimes negative and sometimes positive, so that if the substance in a rising liquid would be too violently heated by the positive electricity, the negative then takes the surplus into itself again, and immediately transforms it into its own kind. Or said in German, English the translator, what the positive electricity heats up too much, the negative cools down again. Another purpose of these now known conduction threads is to set in motion the many driving pumps in the canals, which driving pumps support the original driving force of the Earth's heart pulse. Without this support, this first force would necessarily soon have to slacken, if it had to deal with many trillions of centners at each impact, which weight the juices ejected with each pulse certainly have, even on the smallest scale. By the above-mentioned pressure pumps, which are specially installed in the channels, the pulse force of the Earth's heart is helped, so much that it only has to struggle with a significantly lower weight. But to explain the mechanism of such a pressure pump to you in more detail would be a futile effort, and you would never get a perfect insight into the matter. Even with the clearest possible presentation, because it is a too complicated work, into which only a spirit, but never the eye of the flesh, can contemplatively penetrate. Therefore, such elaborate preparations will be much easier and more comprehensible in the spiritual representation of the Earth's body than now in the merely material one. In this way, we have become acquainted with a very elaborate mechanism in this Middle Earth. For the full knowledge of this part of the Earth's body, only a few things are still missing. Then we will be finished with it. This little consists of the so-called return or reabsorption vessels, through which, as in the animal body, the blood through the veins, the excess juices, which are not yet completely prepared for the nourishment of the earth, return to its heart, in order to obtain new strength and reinforcement there. These receding channels are also provided with stop valves, which open only when the heart of the earth contracts. If it expands again, these valves close and do not allow the refluxing juices to continue. But these valves do not close as precisely as those in the ascending vessels, being not so necessary. Firstly, these return channels are narrower throughout than the ascending ones, so that the column of liquid contained in them does not hold so much weight. Secondly, the liquid contained in them is also much more inert than that in the ascending channels. And thirdly, these above-mentioned valves only have to ensure that these channels are not completely interrupted during ejection, but only blocked, which mechanical device you can also find in the veins of animal bodies, as well as in the tubes of wood known to you. where, however, the return vessels occur between the outer bark and the wood. That is now all that was left to say about our Middle Earth in the material mechanical respect. And since we are finished in this way with this subject, we will take ourselves next time to the third or outer earth. (18) The crust of the earth. 26th January 1847. After we have gone through the Middle Earth, we go, as already mentioned, to the outer earth, which in a way constitutes the skin or the bark of the earth. This outer part of the earth has in itself the least mechanically artistic construction. But what it lacks in this area is replaced by countless other formations. And in it, there is a certain kind of mixed abundance of everything, in such a way that it would not be possible for any human mind to grasp and understand how and what all is happening on, in this earth's crust. In the former two earths, we found everything more simple, just as the effect together with the activity preceding it is in a certain way very simple. One could compare the inner activity and the inner working to a very simple driving wheel, in which one sees nothing else than that it turns diligently and powerfully around its axis. But if one then goes into the chamber, where a very complicated mechanism is set in motion by the simple action of the first driving wheel, and where the rarest effects are produced by this many wheels and spindles, one is astonished when one thinks back that all this is accomplished by the simple driving wheel outside. In the same way, the simple activity in the innermost part of the earth can be regarded as a simple driving wheel, by which, however, on our third or outermost earth, innumerable most manifold effects are produced. Now, you do not have to imagine the outer earth as separated by an empty airspace or by an intermediate existence of a subterranean sea. But these two earths are intimately and firmly connected with each other, as the bark with the wood of a tree. Directly on the solid earth rests a still several miles thick, perceptible skin of the earth, above which skin then follows the epidermis, upper skin, or the actual impalpable skin of the earth, in which the effects of the inner organic life of the earth only so rightly multiply. There, everything is formed in itself as well as outside of itself, that is, the seed, as it is constituted as seed in itself, is either freshly formed as well as represented in itself in such a way, what once its germinated outer form shall be. Or for the seed, the power is prepared here and separated according to its kind, as it is suitable for the revival of the already existing seed both for plants and animals, from which it is absorbed little by little by the plant kingdom, as by the water and by countless small animals, and then used quite intelligently. To such preparation belongs certainly also an infinite complexity, first of all, of the mechanical organic construction of this part of the earth. But with that, very little would still be accomplished, because all such mechanics would achieve very little or nothing at all. But the equipment of this part of the earth must have, in addition to the most wonderfully complicated mechanical equipment for the separation and distribution of juices and forces rising from the innermost part of the earth, a second piece of equipment, infinitely more complicated, for the purpose of absorbing the very subtle influences from the outer infinite space of the world and bringing them to their right destination. That this purpose would not be served by a simple device, you can easily imagine, if you only look at a single plant very carefully. What manifold parts it has, and what a multitude of each part must be present on a plant, such as spines, hairs, thorns, angles, fibers, threads, liquids, fats, and the like, even more. And all this connected by an elaborate mechanism just to represent this single plant. But if already one plant requires so much, how much of such all-man diverse equipment will have to be present in this third part of the earth, where it is about the formation for the first of the manifold and rich external minerals, then about the whole plant world, and finally about the countless manifold animal world. A grain of sand, as surely the simplest mineral, is so artistically put together that you would be turned around completely with amazement if you could see it. How it is most artistically put together in itself. There you would discover a quantity of the most different crystals, which are joined together in such a regulated way that the most skillful mathematician could never calculate them so exactly. But that is only the least. If you would then examine these individual crystals more exactly, you would find that they are nothing but complexions of all animal carcasses, and that is of a kind of infusoria, which are, however, much smaller than that already far more advanced kind, which appears in the fermenting water drop. And if you would then examine these infusorial cadavers more closely, you would discover in each such cadaver an innumerable number of atomistic little animals, which, during the lifetime of these infusoria, now glued together in crystalline forms, served as food and nourishment for these very infusoria. And if it would be possible for you to look at such an atomistic creature more with the spiritual eyes than with the sharpest armed natural eyes, then you would discover in every such atomistic creature a minion shell globe in which the whole universe appears on the smallest scale as illustrated. If you put millions together in such a small crystal, which is made of 1,000 infusoria, and the sand grain of 100 such crystals, you will at least get a small idea of the highly artistic representation of this very simple mineral piece. Or better, you will be able to show it. What does it take, therefore, to bring about such a very simple little piece of mineral? How artistic must the mechanism be in the workshop in which only grains of sand are manufactured? Since in such a grain of sand must already be preceded by 2 animal generations, where each little animal possesses such an artistic organism that you yourself could never have any idea of its extreme artistry. For such a little animal has eyes, ears, other organs of sensation, and in addition has completely free movement. Listen. To represent this already goes far beyond all human concepts. Even more puzzling is the image of the universe in an atomic egg-shaped spherical animal. In order to create a grain of sand out of all that certainly requires a most artistic reproduction mechanism in our outer earth. But how much does it take to form other minerals, to give them the certain property and form? And what does it take to form the many most different plants? And what does it take to form the countless many animal species, for which the number 1 million is too small? From this only very superficial description of the matter, you will easily understand that here a property description of this most complicated organism of formation is almost purely impossible. And if we really wanted to describe the matter properly, then 1,000 writers would need 1 trillion years netto. And who would have to inform himself about such a work would have to live 1,000 billion years in order to read such a work at least once in such a long life. In short, the ridiculousness of such an undertaking must be clear already at the first sight. Therefore, in the consideration of this outer piece of the earth, we will emphasize only very superficially and in general that which can be explained more closely by some external phenomena. Everything else, as already mentioned, will be easy to understand in the spiritual part, and 1 minute will be more fruitful than a full million of earthly years. Thus following, just something about the special arrangement of this outer earth. (19) The feeling skin of the earth. 27th January 1847. As far as the tangible skin of the earth is concerned, it is crisscrossed by innumerable canals, and between these canals there are again a lot of large and smaller collecting places or containers for all kinds of liquids rising from the interior of the earth. Also again, such containers, which take up the retrograde juices and then lead them back into the innermost part of the earth through the already known return canals. These containers, like the lakes on the surface of the earth, have different shapes, but most of them are egg-shaped. The main purpose of these is that the juices that have reached them enter into a kind of fermentation, through which they are separated again as if chemically, and then separated are passed on again for certain purposes. These containers, however, are not to be confused with those large underground water basins from which drinkable water already comes to the surface of the earth, and which basins in some places can already be reached with the so-called artesian earth drills. These large water basins are all situated in the unfeeling Earth's crust, while the aforementioned earth juice containers are all situated in the Earth's feeling crust. But what purpose these containers serve, we will also be able to see thoroughly in the spiritual part. That would be one property of this Earth's crust. Another consists in a column-like support on which the whole upper, unfeeling Earth skin rests, together with its seas, lakes, and mountains. These pillars are first based on the solid Earth, and from there they pull themselves up to the surface of the Earth like a skeleton. They are not as firm as the stones on the surface of the Earth, but they have more of a cartilaginous firmness, which is connected with a significant degree of elasticity, which is also necessary, because not infrequently, between the feeling and unfeeling skin of the Earth, those gases are formed which are already known to you, which create quite significant hollow spaces, often raise the outer earth crust significantly, and then not infrequently separate them locally, and thereby cause earthquakes and violent hurricanes. If these aforementioned supports were very firm, the surface of the earth, and even more, its inhabitants, would soon be destroyed. But because these supports are flexible, nothing can happen except that some local grains of sand, sometimes some molehills, and sometimes some masonry snail shells of humans, get some small leakage on the surface of the earth. These flexible, supporting pillars finally become firmer and firmer in the unfeeling Earth's crust. In the same way as the solid bones of animals finally run out into the cartilage, and thus vice versa, as the cartilage becomes firmer and firmer, and finally passes over into the solid bones. These solid bones of the earth are then already visible here and there on the surface of the earth as primary rock, under the name primary limestone, also granite, sometimes also quartz. These types of stone, the further up, the more mixed, thus also the more impure, coarser, harder, and more brittle. Their extensions are usually the high primitive mountains, which differ in all parts of the Earth's surface quite clearly from the other later formed mountains, by shape, height, and mass. The other mountains are later formations, whose way of formation is already known to you, and how, under these mountains, as well as other lands, there are subterranean water basins, which again, as you will already know, are supported by their own pillars. That is, the ceiling above these basins, so that it does not naturally collapse somehow, and thereby turn a large piece of fertile land into a lake, which has already happened here and there. Now it only needs to be mentioned from where the sea initially gets the main food. First of all, it gets the main nourishment from the many juicy reservoirs in the tangible skin, which, in a way, form the actual urinary bladder of the earth. Then, however, the sea also gets an extremely significant increase, which is extremely necessary, from the last discussed large water basins, through all the large rivers and streams, because the liquid rising from the actual urine bladder of the earth is too salty. And without admixture of the sweet water, would soon change so much into a solid mass that where the sea is now, nothing but sky-rising salt mountains would arise, which would acidify the air over time, so much that no living being could exist there. At the same time, however, this would also cause the dangerous disease of urine blockage in the earth itself, by which the earth would very quickly fully ignite and then completely die, and in such a state would no longer be suitable for carrying any living being, as little as the polar ice would be suitable for procreating and then sustaining a living being. Now we also know that. We have already touched the realm of the fossils previously. So for the natural observation of the Earth's body, nothing remains to us but the air, which completely surrounds the Earth up to a height of 10 German miles, in 3 main different spheres. And so we want to pass through this outermost part of the Earth, and finally, when we have reached the ether, we want to swing over on its wings of light into the spirit world. The nature and composition of the air. 29th January, 1847. The water of the sea, as also in the lakes of the mainland, form a kind of compressed air in which animals can live. But this air belongs actually still to the earth body itself, and indeed to its outermost bark. Therefore, it cannot be counted with the atmospheric air. But to the atmospheric air, only that part of the water can be added which is found in fogs and clouds, as well as the free hydrogen gas in the air itself, even if it cannot be seen as fog or cloud. What does the atmospheric air consist of in all its parts? The atmospheric air, or the inhalation air, consists of a myriad of all kinds of air, all of which have the name gases, or better, simple kinds of air. Natural scientists are soon finished with the enumeration of the gases, of which the atmospheric air consists. According to them, the air consists of a certain ratio of oxygen, hydrogen, carbon, and actual nitrogen gas. With these four species alone, the actual atmospheric air would be very badly served if it did not possess other types of air. And if the air did not possess such other types of air, which are not known to naturalists, then the growth of plants, the formation of minerals, and the animal world would look extremely bad. Every plant sucks from the atmospheric air into itself the simple kind of air that suits it alone, and eliminates any other. If this were not the case, then each plant would not have its very own form, its very own taste and smell after its kind. But if every plant sucks in only one simple kind of air, corresponding to its kind, then there must be as many simple kinds of air as there are consumers in their kind and manner. But that this is really the case, and must be, is proven already, as clear as day, by the smell of each individual plant, and even more by its inner substance. Just smell a rose, a carnation, a lily, a violet, then a henbane, and then ask yourself whether one flower smells like the other. The smell of the rose will have a strengthening effect on the olfactory organs and sharpen the sight. The clove will have a contracting effect on the olfactory organs and weaken the sight. The lily will make the olfactory organs flabby, and in time even have a nauseating effect on the stomach organs, which not infrequently produces a pain in the head. The violet will have an exhilarating effect on the olfactory organs and even strengthen the brain, while the dirty yellow henbane will cause instant disgust and, if touched for a long time, dizziness and dilation of the visual pupil. Question: can this alone be attributed to the four known simple kinds of gases? Or can this alone be brought about by their possibly differently proportioned mixture? Yes, if these four gases were really the four simple basic substances from which all things are finally formed, it would be a disgrace for the highly learned chemists that they had not long since produced gold, silver, and diamonds from them in the greatest abundance. For between the four simple kinds, a lot of all kinds of quantity mixtures can soon be accomplished, and from each mixture, if not exactly gold, then perhaps some new plant, or even some new race of miniature oxen, donkeys, and calves, or something else of the sort, would have to emerge. But see, such a thing does not happen in spite of the most erudite facial muscle contortions of such heroes of wisdom. And nothing comes to light, but at most some whitish dust, which can be recognized as small crystals when examined with microscopes, by which, however, it does not want to have said much, because such crystalline dust is produced by nature in the open, without the chemical kitchen. Even better and more diversely by far. In autumn, you only need to observe a ripe plum or a ripe grape or various tree leaves, and you will discover such dust as a so-called rime on the above-mentioned fruits and leaves. Add a microscope, and it will teem with the most beautiful crystals. From this, it follows again that there must be still more simple kinds of air than the four known alone. Thus, there are also plants that breathe out such an extremely harmful air that animals and other plants must immediately die in it. Just as there are other miraculous plants by which even the dead, if they had not been dead too long, could be revived. These two types of plants, the one extremely deadly, the other extremely invigorating, must nevertheless each, according to their kind, suck in a quite peculiar basic substance from the air. Otherwise they would not become what they are. But if this is undeniably the case, then it is again clear how many kinds of composition the atmospheric air must have in order to nourish the variety of created things in it according to their kind. But if the plants already need so many basic kinds in the atmospheric air for their existence, how much more different kinds of basic material must there be in the atmospheric air for the sake of the animals, so that every animal finds in the atmospheric air the inhalation material that suits it. Each animal inhales the entire atmospheric air volume, but retains only that part of the inhaled volume which is homogeneous to its nature. Everything else is expelled. I think, for the one who is able to think only a little more maturely, it will be enough with what has been said so far, to see how highly complicated the atmospheric air must be, so that in it all the countless many most different beings find what corresponds with their nature. But if we have understood this easily, it will not be so difficult to understand the innumerable and peculiar appearances in the atmospheric air. insofar as everyone finds a difference in the nature of the appearances according to his sensory perception, and must say to himself, "This phenomenon is similar to an earlier one, but its form is different." And if this is the case, there must also be a strange reason that did not exist before. And again, you will see appearances which will always remain the same. These will also surely have always the same reason. And on the earth, there were plants and animals which, as is known, do not exist anymore on this world body at present. But in their stead, other plant and animal genera have developed, which were not present at that time. Behold, these are phenomena which are similar in certain relations, in others, however, very dissimilar. The mammoth has a similarity with the nowadays living elephant, the so giant ox with the current smaller one. These two animals have similarity in one respect. They belong to one and the same species, but they are very dissimilar in size and also in other formation. Thus, there were once giant trees, as already mentioned at the beginning of this communication. Also at present, especially in the tropical countries, there is still a multi-stemmed tree species which has a resemblance to the former largest tree, but is nevertheless no longer what this tree once was. There is a big difference both in the size and in the design. All these phenomena are caused by the fact that the former gigantic species have not found the food corresponding to them in the atmospheric air anymore. So they have finally died out completely. So there would be a basic air substance no longer there, which was once there. But for it, another came into being, which was once not there. Such a reason lies also mostly in the not seldom newly appearing diseases, both for plants and animals, with which the physicians also make such a face as the chemists, if they endeavour to make gold, and in the end win a lump of very strongly stinking dirt instead of gold. It is true that similarities can be brought about. Thus, newly developed diseases can also have a similarity with diseases that existed before. But if one compares the artificial gold with the natural one, there will be a difference like between 1001. In the same way, if one wants to cure a new disease with the same medicine that cured a previous similar disease, one will cut oneself tremendously, because this new disease is the result of the lack of the raw material in the air. If it is consumed for some reason, and as soon as it has not been produced again, and then it should be difficult to find a medicine that would contain the lost raw material in itself, by which the new disease could of course be lifted instantly. But since this matter can be of the most essential use to mankind, if it is brought into better knowledge, we shall speak of it more substantially next time, and take a look at the causes why certain basic substances in the air are lost either wholly or in part, and sometimes others take their place. 21. The effect of light on the air. 29 January 1847. In order to understand even more thoroughly that in the atmospheric air there is an innumerable quantity of basic air substances, or as the scholars of the world call them, propertia, one must be led to where one reaches this insight, and in a certain way irrefutably sees for oneself where these propertia come from, and what the reason of their origin, their existence is, and also their cessation. It is not difficult at all for him who has only some good will and is not a diplomatically grounded scholar, which diplomacy hangs before his eyes like the cover of Moses, only not for the same reason, so that he does not see and understand what the simple man can see, perceive, and understand with slight effort. Whoever, I say it again, has only a little good will and no cover before his eyes, will grasp it with his hands, that these countless propertia in the atmospheric air are not taken out of the air, but like everything, have their most efficient reason. Look up. How innumerable are the stars in the distant spaces of the infinite ether, which has nowhere a beginning and nowhere an end. Man is completely enchanted when the shimmering light of all the millions of stars fall into his eye. And how sad he is when, for example, sometimes a few cloudy nights spoil the glorious sight of the starry sky. Is this not an effect which so pleasantly inspires the human mind? Yes, this is all the effect of light from those distant regions, and it is light that forms the atmospheric air. This great world eye around the world bodies, as it is only light that forms the eye in man and makes it related to him. For if the eye were not light, it could never see the light. When man looks at the starry sky with his eye, with this small sun in his body, his eye itself becomes a small globe in which billions of suns circle, and central suns throw out their primal light into endless distances. A whole infinite creation then carries the eye of man, and the shining and reflection of the suns in the sun-related eye of man causes the blissful sensation in the soul about such wonder. How the greatest finds itself in the smallest and recognizes itself as what it is in itself. Who can deny that? At the most, a truly blind person, or a person, like there are many of them now, to whom a stinking tobacco tent in his stinking mouth is more important than the whole starry sky, which he only sees in his own wall mirror when he looks at how his tight garment, for which he still owes the tailor, looks, and how his disgusting tobacco tent looks compared to the tight garment that he still owes. But of such human larvae is not spoken here. They are actually on the world, as the flies are on a pile of dung. Their treasure is the dirt, because they themselves are dirt. Such people, of course, do not look at the stars and have no eye for my works. But people, as there are still many of them, who often lift up their eyes and secretly say to themselves, "O Father, in your great kingdom there are innumerable dwellings." Such people will certainly not miss the above-mentioned effects at the sight of the starry sky, and will never be able to deny that the light of the stars has a powerful effect on their minds through their eyes. But if the light of the stars through the eye of man, in the most rejuvenated degree, already produces such a decisive effect, how much stronger will be the effect of the starlight through the great eye of the earth on the earth itself? For the atmospheric air is on its surface, where the ether rests on it, a shining mirror, in which every star is already depicted very significantly large. The image is now led completely to the solid surface of the earth, and that in more and more concentrated light power, according to the known optical principles. The effect of this concentrated light, or this concentrated light itself, is in itself such a very simple propertium in the atmospheric air, because it acts on the parts in the earth and on the surface of it that are suitable for it, either dissolving or contracting. Now you may only count the innumerable stars, if you can. Then you will immediately have also the innumerable simple propertia in your atmospheric air. Everything that is physically present on the earth and in the earth is all mutual effect of the stars, and that because I, the Creator, have arranged the great world mechanism that way. Astronomers on Earth have already made two quite important observations. According to one of them, formerly existing celestial bodies have completely disappeared. Then also, the property on the earth caused by them must have disappeared. And with it, those beings which could enter into physical existence through it. Another discovery of astronomers is that light from very distant stellar regions will arrive on Earth for the first time, either now or sometimes only after many years. According to this phenomenon, then also new propertia must appear on the Earth. And according to them also, new formations on the Earth, which work either favourably or unfavourably for the already existing beings, depending on whether the star from which the propertia originates is a good or an evil one, for there are good and evil stars. And according to them, there are good and evil plants, and good and evil animals. So there are also double stars, which cover each other at certain periods of time. Of these, usually, one is of a good and the other of a bad nature. If the good one is in front of the bad one, it cancels the effect of the bad one. If both shine side by side at the same time, the bad influence of the bad star is softened by the good one. If the bad one comes before the good one, it completely cancels the effect of the good one. And on that part of the Earth over which such a star stands in the zenith, a bad effect will soon be felt, which will show itself either by bad weather, or by the misgrowth of some plant species, or by diseases of animals and people. The coverings of the stars by planets also have a bad influence, but sometimes also a good one on the Earth. And from this standpoint, the old sages also determined the now fabulous regiment of the planets, which is not as empty as the new scholars who only calculate with numbers imagine. Also, old predeterminations in the weather law had their reason in this consideration, about which is now even laughed at. Nevertheless, the old wisdom still remains the same. In the same way also, the comets and other light meteors, even if they last still so short time, exert a noticeable influence on the Earth, just as not less the light change of the moon, and especially perceptibly the light duration change of the sun, because who does not feel the difference between summer and winter? He is to be pitied certainly in the highest degree. That even the light, even if it lasts for only a short time, certainly exerts a powerful influence on something on the Earth, is proved by lightning, which certainly lasts for the shortest time, and which, as is well known, kills the crabs if they have not crawled into their mud chambers. From what has been said so far, it will be clear to those who have only a little, but somewhat better insight, where the many propertia in the air come from, how they are caused, and what they themselves necessarily cause. But now that we have gone through this, and have thereby become acquainted with the first and lowest circle of air, we can now leave this circle of air and swing up into the second, from which we will recognize the phenomena as they appear every day in the most varied cloud formations. And there we will also see why the air in the higher regions is purer and healthier than in the lower ones. (22) The 12 heavenly constellations and their effect. 1 February 1847. Among many other things you have read, you will have found in some old calendars that the so-called 12 signs of the heavens have some influence on the vegetative power of the earth. Just as it is here and there, somewhat mystically prophetically included, that such signs of the heavens, as also with them the planets, have influence on the birth of animals and humans, and that with humans, even their future is reflected in them. Nowadays, the peasants still hold it in high esteem, especially when they sow and harvest their fruits. Thus it is said, in Cancer, in Scorpio, in Libra, and in Aquarius, it is not good to sow, because the fruits are then likely to perish then sooner, before they begin to germinate, and many similar rules, from which also so many well known to you, bad weather days are derived. That such things are still present among people today, admittedly, in a very distorted form, is certainly not to be doubted. Farmers' calendars are still today weather prophets, and show every day which celestial sign influences it. And that every month in a double way. Firstly, how the moon passes through the celestial signs, and secondly, under which sign the sun is, and in which it goes. Behold, there is really something in the matter, but of course not in the very contaminated way known to you, but in such a way as was made known to you in a very graphic way in the previous communication. The moon runs through its orbit correctly within 29 days, which certainly runs in very narrow circles under the so-called 12 celestial signs. And it must happen that the moon comes to stand in this way during the course of its orbital period, quite naturally, little by little, under each of the 12 celestial signs. Exactly the same is apparently the case with the sun, although there actually only the earth is the moving body, and wanders through the 12 celestial signs. Nevertheless, it appears as if the sun moves by one celestial sign approximately monthly. Therefore also, in the calendars in each month, another celestial sign is indicated. By this moving away under these main constellations, it happens naturally that by the moon as well as by the sun, some stars of these constellations are continuously covered by these two heavenly bodies. By this covering, then naturally, for a short time, the influence which the above stars in the constellations exert on the earth body is interrupted. According to the principles mentioned earlier, a change of some kind must be felt on the earth's body, especially in those objects which, due to the influence of these stars, have some kind of similarity with these stars, because their existence requires a property feature which originates from the light of these stars. This effect, however, cannot be of any duration, because these stars are never covered by the two celestial bodies for a long time. But another situation occurs, from which, however, a very perceptible influence on the earth comes. This situation of the above-mentioned 12 constellations is that less known fluctuation both of the earth in its course around the sun, and especially the fluctuations of the moon, which hardly once in many hundred years takes again perfectly that same course, which it has already gone once before. Through these fluctuations, the zenith position of the above 12 celestial stars is changed quite naturally. And this change then lets very perceptible and sensitive changes come into effect on earth. To these changed situations are added the constant changes of the planets in their positions, which hardly in 1,000 years come again completely into that position in which they have already once exercised their influence on the earth. In addition to these situations, which are to be particularly observed, the eruptions of the solar body are to be taken into special consideration. Through them, the light of the sun is weakened and cannot act on the earth with the same disintegrating power as when it gives its full light to the earth completely, without those eruptive blemishes. The effects, however, originating from the above-mentioned phenomena are not so much perceived in the lowest region of the air as only in the second, which, however, only begins at an altitude of sometimes 5, 6, or 7,000 feet above sea level. One will say here, this second air region should also feel those effects in itself, which appear in the lowest air region in an innumerable existence. It should be said, however, that such a statement would be even mathematically incorrect, because the rays of those extremely many very distant stars are still too little condensed at this height, therefore cannot cause there yet those propertia which they certainly cause about 1,000 fathoms lower, which can be easily deduced from the fact that from such a height at night time one cannot see stars of the 4th, 5th, and 6th magnitude with the naked eye, even less those of the 7th, 8th, and so on, while everybody with healthy eyes, especially at the sea coasts, can see stars even of the 7th and 8th magnitude with the naked eye on a clear night. Why can it not do this on a mountain 7,000 feet high, and still less on higher mountains? Because the incoming rays from these very distant stars are still too little condensed. The angle of entrance is still too acute for the eye to perceive. It also has too few light bodies to produce any effect, and the higher it rises, the more this theory will be confirmed. Therefore it happens that on such heights the vegetation decreases and in the end even ceases. One does not believe that this is only due to the sun's rays, which of course, the higher up, the more sparse they become. The sun acts only indirectly. It supports the light coming in from the stars, and it does so with the same light that it has taken from the same stars. It is therefore only a supporter, but not a sole donor. '23. The Earth's atmosphere and precipitation. 3rd of February, 1847. That the sun is easily understandable and only the supporter, but not the so completely actual self-giver of the light, is easily illuminated from the fact that the sun first takes up the light from the innumerable suns on its shining surface, and then throws it out like a united light into the wide ether spaces. This united light of many stars, which is thrown out, meets everywhere also those rays of light which fall directly from the stars on this earth, then unites with these rays of light, and then falls together with them on the earth. Therein lies the support, and the sole sunlight would be very dull if the light of the stars did not work with it, just as the sole light of the moon would be very dim if it were not supported by the sunlight, as the latter is supported by the starlight. That one light can support the other, however, is proven to you by several lit lights in a room, which obviously spread a greater brightness than a single one. At the already known altitude of the mountains, however, this support cannot be of such effect as in the lower situated region, because, as already mentioned above, the rays have not yet reached the sufficient density, which is due to the fact that the circle of air around the earth is a lenticular round transparent body, as it were like a large burning glass, in which the ray of sunlight, when it is passed through it, does not immediately get the burning intensity behind the glass, but only at that distance which is equal to half the diameter of that periphery from which the focal surface of the focal glass is taken. But the beam always comes closer together behind the focal glass, and therefore also becomes more and more effective until it finally reaches its fullest force at the focal distance. The focal point of the large air lens would be, of course, only in the center of the earth. where, however, never a sun ray reaches. But nevertheless, the light ray, which falls on the surface of this large earth lens, becomes within itself, towards the earth as it approaches, the ever denser and more effective focal point. Objects, like the mountains, come then already more into the less dense part of the light rays than the low-lying valleys, and especially the coastal areas of the earth. Therefore, the rays from the more distant stars cannot yet have any perceptible condensation there, and therefore do not yet exert any influence on the vegetation. Or in other words, these rays of light do not yet form any propertia at such altitudes. Therefore, also those different plant species which need such propertia do not progress at such altitudes. For this reason, however, the air at such heights is always increasingly purer in itself, which is basically quite natural. For the less mixture there is in a liquid, the purer the liquid must be in itself. Just as a man always becomes purer in his heart and fresher and stronger, the more he has banished from himself the many kinds of mixture of all kinds of passions, desires, and needs. But because at such heights, or rather in these regions, the rays from the smallest stars, as even those from the sun, due to their low concentration, cannot yet have such an effect as lower down, such a region of height is, in a way, a transition point from the earlier non-effect to its increasing effect. Or at such heights, the rays begin to concentrate, partly by their own concentration, and partly by the reflection, or those returning rays which bounce off the Earth's surface again. Through this radiation and counter-radiation, certain evolutions are caused in the light, which in itself looks like a kind of wave. If this surging continues for a time, it also causes a propertium, for the reason that this surging is already a chemical process of light, according to your learned way of speaking. And this propertium, which is of course a mixed variety, first appears as high mountain fog, and if this chemical light process is not interrupted by something, cloud masses will soon appear from the fogs in this high altitude region, which gradually become more and more dense, and finally even fall to earth in raindrops, or in wintertime also in snowflakes. That the rain and all these things falling from the air originate from the light is proved by so many phenomena on the earth's surface, especially in the tropical countries, where not infrequently a rain falls which covers everything with a phosphorus-like light gleam on which it falls. Even the surface of the sea often shines so strongly, as if it were completely glowing. Even objects which are moistened by the sea shimmer like musty wood in the forests. No less, the snow has its own light, and clearly shows that it is a product of the light. In this way, seen from a natural point of view, the fog and cloud formations in our second air region come into being. Whereby, of course, the mutually polar acting power of the north and south poles, which is especially active in this region, must not be disregarded, for through them these new formations are saturated with telluric electricity, and only through this saturation do they receive that condensation, through which they are then supplied to the earth body as a nourishment for its plant and animal world. The saturated clouds, which have thus absorbed the telluric, usually get a dark coloration, while the unsaturated pure ones look much whiter and also lighter. This double type of clouds then forms an opposite polarity among itself, where the saturated dark one presents itself as negative and the unsaturated pure white as positive. It is self-evident that the negative must always draw the short straw. For what is heavy, and always becomes heavier, must fall down. Therefore, also people who saturate their hearts with too much earthly negative silliness, and thereby always weigh it down more and more, and thereby also make it denser and more opaque and more unsuitable for the light, are not skilled to ascend into the kingdom of light, but thereby make it more fit and more suitable for the fall into the kingdom of darkness. A common phenomenon on such heights is that people who take the trouble to climb to such a height usually become very cheerful and happy on just such a height climbed, and easily forget all the troubles they had to fight with in the depth. At the same time, most of them get a strong desire to eat and drink, and only at such a height can they enjoy food without any stomach problems, which they would not even be able to look at in the depths. The cause of this lies only in the greater purity of the air, and has a great similarity with the condition of the blessed, who may also enjoy everything and nothing will harm them, because in the pure everything is purified more and more, and the harmful can no longer become harmful there, where it no longer finds any further nourishment due to the lack of the property necessary for it. This would be a sufficient representation of the second air region, which rises above 10,000 fathoms above sea level, and of course becomes purer the further upward. Next, therefore, we will go to the third air region and see what happens there, and what this air region is useful for. '24. The Eye of the Earth. 5th February 1847. The third air region rests on the second one, as if someone would pour a very pure ethereal oil over pure water, where this oil then does not mix with the water, although lying just on the water surface, not impairing the purity of the water surface, but on the contrary, gives this mirror a doubly beautiful shine. This third region of air is also like an ethereal oil. It is, in a sense, the lard with which the two lower layers of air are larded, and at the same time, it is the ethereal salt which salts the lower layers of air, thus making them palatable to animals and plants. All fragrances come down from this third region of air, where they are brought down by the light and salt, that is, an ethereal salt, to be conducted into the plants themselves by the electricity accumulated near the plants, giving them the ethereal oil, and with it the most manifold fragrances. In some plants, this oil can be detected in very small, highly transparent resin globules with the naked eye, but very well with a microscope. In a nutshell, the smell, the taste, and the manifold beautiful coloration, especially of flowers and fruits, are mainly due to this third region of the air. For the taste, the smell, as well as for the most part the beautiful coloration, are purely ethereal substances, and can therefore only have their origin from where they are closest to the ether, from which all these countless ethereal propertier substances originate. These property etheric substances take hold of each other in this third region of the air, and in a certain way form a fluid, which, however, finds its chemical relationship in a certain way in the continuous various rays from the innumerable stars, unites with them, and comes down to the earth, and substantially fills those plants or animals which have a corresponding relationship with the various basic light propertier substances. This third region of air also corresponds to every plant, namely, to the outer part of it. This outer part of the plants is always the bud, the flower, and also the fruit, as well as the leaves and the electricity-sucking tips on them. All these parts of the plants have an ethereally pure appearance. This is equal to the third region of air. For usually it is extremely delicate, subtle and tasty. In some plants, of course, it also smells disgustingly. This disgusting smell alone is only a consequence of the predominance of the inner earthly juices, which in a certain way cannot be surpassed by these pure heavenly substances. In animals, the substances of this third region of the air are still more conspicuously united. But of course, they are here in a certain way already second-hand, therefore not so purely ethereal as in some plants. But the marrow in the head, which is usually absorbed from the air by the hair, and especially the most pure liquids in the eye, especially those under the first cornea, as well as the cornea itself, are absorbed from the air by the eyebrows and eyelids, and then conducted into the eye. And therefore this third region of air is similar to the eye in a certain way, and similar for the reason that it has this purpose for the whole earth, in addition to the purposes already indicated above, which purpose the eye has with the human beings and with the animals. This third region of air is therefore also so quite actually the eye of the earth. Because if the earth would not have such a general seeing faculty, also no being on it would have one. Because the thing is quite natural. What somebody does not have, he cannot give. But if one has it, one can give it. Just as, where there is nothing, emperor and death have lost its right. But not only the earth has its eye in this third air region, which is spread around the whole earth, but also every plant has in its parts, corresponding to this third air region, a visual faculty, or in a certain way an eye, through which it receives the light into itself. The fact that the plant certainly and definitely has an eye, or rather, a peculiar visual faculty, is quite understandable from the fact that most, indeed almost all plants, turn their calyxes towards the sun in order to suck in the light from it. This truth can also be recognized from the fact that a plant which sprouts in a dark cellar drives its germ exactly to where there is an opening for light. And when it has found this, then it no longer bends its head back, but continually pushes it more and more towards the brighter light. Some might ask, why does the earth need a big general eye after all this? What does it see with it? And can it get an idea of what it sees? Then I say, everything according to its kind. The earth continuously sees the whole infinite space around itself, and this general view produces in the earth itself, with all spirits dwelling in it, a general corresponding conception, from which every single spiritual being draws its intelligence, namely, that for the outer world. But this would be impossible without the general great vision of the earth. The earth, as a body, of course, knows nothing of what it sees in its general being, and it would also not be necessary to give the earth its own self-aware knowledge, because it is, as we will hear in the later spiritual part, not an individually independent being, but it is an endlessly multiple being and consists of countless individual intelligences. But it is these intelligences which need the earth's great general eye. Just as every man and every animal would see nothing with his own eye without this general earth's eye. For it is through this very eye that man sees the sun, the moon, and the stars. And it will be clear that man could not possibly overlook the great sun with his small eye, if the great earth's eye did not first take a small picture of the sun, and only then feed this to the human eye. And so nobody sees the sun, or the moon, and the stars, as they are, there in their peculiarity, and in their far distance, but only their images from the surface of the great general earth's eye, whose surface, as already noted once, is even more shining than the purest water surface, and therefore very suitable for the reception of the images of the great surrounding world bodies. According to this property of the earth, there have really been foolish astronomers who assumed the sun to be at most 10 miles away, and considered the sun to be a meteor, which easily circles around the earth within 24 hours. But they were led to this foolish opinion only by the appearance, according to which the image of the sun seen by you really does not stand out much further from the earth. But this picture is not the reality, but is only a small picture of that great sun, which are situated more than 20 million miles from the earth. At the same time, however, this eye also takes up images from the surface of the earth body and leads them further to the other world bodies, just as the other world bodies also lead their surfaces through their general eye to the general eye of this earth. From this property, especially in the tropical countries, the so-called mirage appearances are to be explained. And in the tropical countries, because there, this third air region sometimes even lowers itself to under some not even very great mountain heights. Also the balsamic scents, which are not rare in tropical countries, especially on mountains, are because of this third region of air, which sometimes descends so low. For there you would not be able to exist because of the fragrance. What other properties this third region of air has, what phenomena are still evident in it, and how it is sometimes seen from the earth, we will soon make some observations about. '25. The nature of fire. 6th February, 1847. This third region of air, which, as already mentioned above, is the purest and therefore the most transparent, resting like an ethereal oil on the second region of air, has, in addition to the already mentioned properties, also this very special one, that it ignites extremely easily by some disturbance. But it is especially easily inflammable at those places where some body, that is, a meteorite, enters its region and sort of cuts through it over a considerable distance. This ignition, however, is of a very peculiar kind, and that because no burning takes place. It is a glow, but no burning. To explain this glow and this very special kind of ignition will be somewhat difficult for your understanding. But nevertheless, we will try to make the matter as clear as possible. In order to understand this particular act, something more detailed must first be said about ignition, or about the nature of ignition in general. What is ignition actually? Some people would say, of course, that if you put combustible objects on the fire or expose them to great heat, they ignite and burn afterwards. But no one will go too far with this explanation, for the simplest kitchen maid knows that wood and other combustible objects ignite when they are put on the fire. But what is the fire? Which is in itself the ignition? This can no longer be explained in any physical way, because that which is actually fire always already reaches into the purely spiritual, whether good or evil. That is all the same here. In all matter there are spirits. If these are stimulated in any way, they ignite, or they come into an ever greater zeal, in which their activity and their expression of power increases. In such a potentiation of zeal and power, there is then also an exceedingly vigorous movement, which follows one another like exceedingly rapid oscillations. Through this movement, matter is destroyed. The great zeal tears everything apart into the smallest atoms. The spirits finally become afloat after the complete defeat of matter, and seek their freedom in the appearance of the rising column of smoke, and matter remains as ashes. Therefore, the ignition is an excitation of the spiritual in the matter, and the continuation and the more and more powerful becoming of the excitation is the act of burning. The glow of the fire lies in the exceedingly strong and fast movement of the spiritual, and the propagation of the light from the fire is also an excitation of the same spirits in the whole matter, as in the whole circle of air. This is the act of igniting and burning. But mind you, here on earth this usually happens through the agitation of even more dishonest and impure spirits. Therefore, the fire usually looks dirty and reddish, in a certain way, still spewing fierceness and anger. However, there can also be another ignition, namely through the zeal of love. However, this ignition is not destructive and corrupting. Something similar to such an ignition is the re-radiation of the sunlight from the surface of the water. By the sunlight of love, the peaceful spirits of the water are also very excited, but they destroy nothing in this excitement. It is true that the whole surface of the water is ignited and sprays far and wide the rays again from itself, but still nothing burns thereby. In the same way, when the ray falls on a mirror, it ignites it, but there is no act of burning, because there is a stimulation of the good spiritual. If, however, a good spiritual sunbeam of love is directed in a potentiated way to bodies which still have unethical spirituality in them, then it also ignites with the act of burning. Now look, since we have discussed the act of ignition for you as comprehensibly as possible, it is now easy to explain the ignition of this etheric air content in the third air region when this is disturbed by a body in its usual rest. A meteor falling or flying through this third air sphere naturally tears the air apart. Thereby, this air gets a hollow space because of the usually very fast movement of such bodies. This hollow space, however, forms a mirror surface in which the light rays of countless stars are concentrated at that moment, as in a concave mirror, or even better, as in a cylindrical mirror. And this ray reflex has, seen from the earth, the appearance of a fire. But it is by no means a fire, but merely the reflecting above described effect of the starlight in the newly formed air cylinder mirror. This phenomenon, in this third region of air, is therefore a very special property of this third region of air, because the same phenomenon cannot occur in the lower regions of air, because in them the air is too heavy and collapses too quickly behind a body cutting through it, while the very light air of the third region collapses only gradually, for which reason a long kite-like tail can still be seen behind such a flying meteor. (26) Appearances in the third region of air. 8th February 1847. All such phenomena, however, must not be regarded as completely similar, since among the luminous meteors there are also really some which ignite in such a way that with the ignition a burning really takes place. But in spite of this, the ignition of such meteoric bodies nevertheless originates from the third air region, whereby, however, the act of burning occurs only when such a meteor of a larger diameter reaches the second, or sometimes even the first air region of the Earth, and has a very fast movement. Because a medium fast or already more approaching a strong retardation movement does not cause the combustible ignition. A meteor must travel at least 4 to 5 German miles in 1 second if it is really to ignite combustibly. If the movement is slower, there is no ignition with associated combustion. As a special phenomenon in the ignition, or even better, in the glow of the meteors falling through the third air region, it is to be regarded that especially the head of such a meteor glows the most. This glow of the head, as long as it cuts through the third air region, is quite homogeneous to the glow of its tail. It is a concentrated ray reflex, and that because the solid body, which is also usually round, naturally separates the light ethereal air around itself, and especially at the front part of the head forms an air shell which makes a shining surface, like a concave mirror, around the body, which receives the light from the luminous world bodies and then sends it further down to earth. And if someone would throw a round stone very violently into pure water, he could make a small image of a similar appearance, because even if the stone is black, one will see it advance under the water with a completely white head. This whiteness of the head is nothing other than a water concave mirror formed by the rapid advance of the stone, which absorbs the rays falling into the water more concentrically and throws them back again. For this very reason, the foam of the water also appears white, because the water bubbles are, in a way, like concave mirrors, which absorb a lot of rays in themselves, and then let them radiate again in a more concentrated way. What the water shows here, the shining of a meteor shows there, namely nothing other than a concentrated reflex of the light. However, when a meteor with a larger volume descends into the second air region, it often really ignites due to friction in the heavier layer of air. If the movement is very fast, such a meteor can even come down to Earth really burning. But this happens extremely rarely. With a retarded movement, which is easily explainable in the denser air region, the extinction occurs soon, and the body falls down somewhere to the earth. However, even a larger meteor, moving very fast, would not ignite if it had not been saturated with the very easily combustible ethereal air of the third region. This ethereal air is then the actual combustible essence of such a meteor when it has reached the denser air region. This is now the whole of the special appearance in our third region of air, and also including the special characteristic of this very region. It is now only a question of showing how this air and the appearances occurring in it are seen from the earth. As for how the meteors are seen, no further explanation is needed. But there are other phenomena that arise from this air, and these we must also touch, so that we then know everything that belongs to the material part of the earth's body. You will have often seen such completely white, fluffy so-called lamb clouds. These clouds are extremely delicate and so transparent that they allow even the light of the stars to shine through, as if almost completely unclouded. These lamb clouds are the highest that occur above the earth's body. These clouds are formed by a certain kind of marriage of the pure ether with the third region of air. They are actually no clouds at all, but only wave-like movements on the highest surface of the third air region, which are caused by the fact that certain light beings begin to approach the earth through the wide ether, which light beings originate from the solar bodies in a way already known to you. Since these substantial entities already have a certain measure of weight, they produce a wave-like movement themselves by their impact on the easily excitable surface of the third air region, which movement lets the incoming sunlight pass through no longer directly, but with some refractions, and this variable refraction on the waves of the third air region then causes just that appearance, which can be seen as white, finely woven lamb's wool clouds. The fact that after such phenomena usually thunderstorms like to occur is quite clearly caused by the arrival of foreign guests, who are asked by the spiritual earthlings in a certain way from what country they come and what they are doing here. With such questions, there are always some frictions and negotiations. How such new arrivals can find a place here in a way harmless for the earth. If the new arrivals are willing to submit patiently, which is seldom the case, then the lamb clouds are not followed by a thunderstorm. But if this is not the case, then orderly power is justly used, and then that has to submit, which should have submitted voluntarily before. This would be again a peculiar phenomenon from this third region of the air, and also as it is seen from the earth. Finally, however, there is another one, which is probably seen less frequently, but is nevertheless very noteworthy, because it is, so to speak, a purely spiritual phenomenon, which can nevertheless be perceived with the fleshly eye. This phenomenon appears only in extremely warm days, and is visible in a kind of white-blue stripes. These stripes are a moment of the blessed spirits, where they meet socially in a certain way, and enjoy themselves in peace, and then further discuss what they will do, and how the officers will be submitted to new spirits for administration. On such a day, the earth is almost deadly quiet. Not a leaf stirs, and not a cloud of the usual kind can be seen. And the earth is oppressively hot. But this state never lasts long. If this session is interrupted in some way, then one notices movements again, and especially when new spirits are put in charge of the air, the mountains, the seas, etc., then it is not seldom the case that the new brooms sweep cleaner than the old ones. Therefore, after such phenomena, there will soon be a lot of all kinds of winds, and the air gravity gauges will be diligently set to variable. And with such phenomenon, there will be no constant weather for quite some time. These above described white-blue stripes are therefore nothing other than in a certain way calmly gathered spiritual armies, namely on the surface of the third and purest air region, which can be seen in this now described way, even by the fleshly eye of the human being. Spiritually trained people who have dual vision would see more than just white-blue stripes. But such people have become even rarer in this time as the diamonds in the northern regions of the earth, where they also are, but as said, extremely rare, when everything began to be modelled from iron, and when they do occur, they are small, unsightly, and thus of no particular value. Or there are now desperately few poles and petrusses left. With it, however, also the natural or material representation of the earth is at an end, and we will therefore next have our contemplation on the spiritual earth.